T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
My skin is bare, my skin is there. morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Good morning, guys. It's good to see you back. Oh boy, what a vacation. That song just kind of hit me. I was, traveling on planes and everybody's wanting a picture, and I don't know, I felt like the right song, so I played it. It is what it is. You guys are just noticing, and as me as well with you. Pre-market on GME is looking a little spicy here, up 8.56%. AMC is up 0.88% right now in the pre-market. The 18th is the last day that shares can be bought in GME before they are included in the split. Don't think that splitting your shares is going to give you, or getting a dividend is going to give you more money. Actually, if it's a dividend, I'm gonna have to do some reading. We've got some reading to do. If it's a split or if it's an actual dividend. If it's a dividend where they're just cashing more shares to individuals, it's going to it should act sort of like a split, but will also be extra shares in your pocket. The one thing that will probably piss off and more than anybody will be the long institutions who will be now responsible for handing out shares to all those individuals who have more shares. For example, let's just saying as an example that XYZ institution holds 1 million shares. They will now own 4 million shares. But if they were only issued, for example, 500,000 shares because they only registered that many shares as ownership by their shareholders, then they're going to have to go out and find the rest of those shares. So it's going to be kind of nasty on long brokers who can't find shares out there. So that's going to be the people who are really going to be panicking the most out of this entire situation, I think. Let me see here. Good morning to all of you guys. I saw what you guys are writing in there. I was trying to respond to a few people here back and forth, but I did see everybody writing in there. Let's see here. I feel like they're. Oh, and what was there? Was another one. Did we find out? I don't know if we found out whether or not IWB or IWD was where AMC ended up going to. So let me go ahead and try and pull up ETF.com and see if I can find that information. I don't have that pulled up right now. And I didn't get I had sent them an email to find out if they had any information for me on that, and they had none. I have not received an email back from them. It looks like IWM is still showing up on ETF.com, so no changes on there, and it still shows 40.4 million shares are in ETFs. So that's not correct. That website is not accurate and has not been updated. My only guess is that they won't be able to show the new information until the beginning of the next quarter, once they do the quarterly reports. Menjit, good morning. Roadhouse says I had Casey withdrawals yesterday. You guys did fine. You guys held down the fort just fine. What the heck happened? you guys didn't hold down the fort. look, it was the bang phase. The bang phase did it to you guys. There was nothing that was going to happen, right? So one of the rules for the bang phase, right? If we go back up here to the top of the screen to where I created these rules based off of past trends from the historical trends. It's best identified when volume and price spikes. Price will remain relatively the same during this period, but volume will fall leading into the next phase. So we're looking for volume to fall and price to remain relatively the same. What's happened? We moved into the new phase at about $12.47, and we jumped up immediately to $14.13, which I suspected would probably happen, and then we would correct for it, and we did. And we've come all the way back down to $12.57, which is 10 cents off of the price point at which we first entered into the bank phase. And what's happened to volume? 80 million, 77, 39, 27, 25, 30, 30, 25. We will probably continue to see volume either fall, or we're going to see the spiking of going into the blow phase, which would be where volume and price spikes yet again, and this time very violently. Thank you guys. Thank you for wishing me well wishes. Remtag says there was no fort. We got about 6 more minutes here, guys, before. Thanks, Glenn. I appreciate that. The beard's not coming off until we hit $90. So it's just going to keep on. Apparently, there is a maximum length that beards can get up to, and it's based off of genetics, or at least that's what the guy who was cutting my hair told me. So hopefully this thing doesn't get too much longer. I hope I've got those genes of a short bearded man. I do have some Irish in me. Glenn says, "Don't you dare shave that." I can't, I can't, I can't keep going on like this, Glenn. I just can't. I can't do it. Let's see here. So we'll take a look at numbers here in just a minute. I really want to kind of share with you guys something exciting, because I know the whole 2 weeks thing mantra is probably taxing a little bit on some people. For hold on a second here. I'm going to show you guys a cool indicator on loan average age per day that I was looking at last night in about 5 minutes from now. But first, I got to pull up a few. I did a computer reset while I was gone on vacation and had to boot everything back up last night. So I didn't open up everything apparently. Give me 1 second while I boot my notes back up here. Irish beards can grow 7. Please tell me that's 7 inches. I really hope that's 7 inches. Give me 1 second, guys. I got to open up one more screen here. Here comes a big red screen at you. Oh boy. Look at all those games the kids have on there. I've never cleared that off the screen. One day this computer will go back to the kids. All right, now I'm better prepared. I've got one more. I got my calculator to open up. Gotta have my calculator. Now I'm set. All right, Monty, I got your price down 11.75 to 14.75. It's not a bad price prediction. Not bad at all. I don't know if I'm not. Here's my problem with ISDA. Like, how are you going? I don't know. Like, how do you just switch from one lender to another lender who is not? It's not like the easiest thing to do. I mean, right? I mean, how do you got to find the good interest rates. More than likely, you're going to find your better interest rates through banks who are part of ISDA. So, it's kind of one of those things where like I understand, I agree with what's being said, but I just don't know that it's necessarily feasible. I mean, I think that there's I don't know. I think it's really difficult for people to leave ISDA banks for their loans, their home loans. I own a technology consulting company. I can help if you need it. Let me know what help you want to give me. I don't know. I run bare bones over here. Jeff, it's good to be back. Savvy says no more vacations. We're done. We're done, Savvy. We took our 2 vacations for the summer, so you don't have to worry. No more vacations. This is not. I'm back. I'm back again. I was gonna play. I was gonna play the Eminem song this morning, and I was listening to it, and I was like, that just sounds not like me. I was like, I'm not Slim either, you know. So I couldn't play that one. All right, 1 minute more here, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers. It's possible, Glenn. It could drop down to 925 before taking off. It is possible. Um, Synthetic price failures can always happen, and they're always a possibility. Speaking of which, by the way, guys, we have not had a synthetic price failure since we've hit our last high. Our last high was $14.75. Our most current low from the 14.75 is $12.16, which is only 17.6% down. On this page here, I've got some lines set up already for the synthetic price failure. 1187 is 19.5% down. 1180 is 20% down. I haven't ran these numbers again to make sure if these are accurate, but I think these are accurate. 1157 would be 21.5% down, which is where paper hands would have occurred on the move down from 1475. So we'll watch that. We'll cover all the numbers this morning here. It is 6:20 in the morning, so I think Vortex should have some good data available and ready for us. Savvy, I did have a good time. We all had a really good time. Glenn says 3 million shares just showed up. More and more shares are going to be coming available, Glenn, as they're closing out short interest. That's bullish. When they start closing out short interest, that typically happens. I mean, not typically, it happens quite often, especially in terms of like 50 million shares being returned within the last week and a half, maybe. Because I think they started Tuesday of last week, so it'd be a week and what's today? Today's Thursday. A week and 2 days. I guess a week and 1 day. In a week and 1 day, they've returned 50, like just about 50 million shares. I did not see the VIX at 9:35 a.m. on Tuesday. Let's check it real quick though before we look at our numbers. Let's move down to 11:35 on Wednesday, you say? I see a little bit of a green bar here, but not much. I probably would have to scroll in a little bit tighter on this thing to see it more. Ooh, boy. There's a nice jump there, wasn't there? On the 5th. Jeez. I mean, it's at a pretty big low here. If we look at the daily, we're trending right along this line, this trend line that I've got set up here. I'm expecting a double bottom on this trend line right here, and then a takeoff off of this trend line. So we could be seeing this is a daily daily candle. Boy, I can't talk today. I come back from vacation. I'm not ready. I'm not ready, guys. But I need to be. I need to be ready. Today's gonna be one of those days where it's kind of like I got to kind of get back into the swing of things. These candlesticks are these are daily candlesticks here, since I can't call them what they are, which is what they are. This not price, but the value of the VIX is going to be probably moving up here as it's bouncing off the bottom of this trend line. So I expect to see it go back up here pretty soon. But yeah, that's a pretty big jump right there. Let's take a look at our numbers. Tano keeps calling me Sean. It's probably because I say his name wrong. All right, let's see here. Good morning. Good morning, Pro Jeweler. All right, let's check out these numbers here real quick. Now, so Glenn, 50 million shares. 50 million shares have been returned. Lending shares, right? 50 million lending and short interest shares have been returned in the last week, and price barely even budged. I mean, we've been down. I mean, if you want to take a look at the numbers over time, you can take a look at this right here, and you can see that we had this large shoot up to 14.13, and then 50 million shares. They've been knocking down the price and trying to return and close out as much short interest as possible on their books. And if you look at your day-over-day price dips since that increase, right? You've got a 16 just on this 626 and 627 alone. You had a 16% increase in price, and then on the 29th you had another 2%. So that's 18% up. We've only dropped 10, 11, 12, maybe 13 out of that 16% down, right? So we had a big jump up. They closed out a whole bunch of short interest and brought us down less than the full amount that, like I said, we're still 10 cents up from over where we started the bang at. So we're still over the amount where we first entered into the bang. But this is how it works during this phase of the cycle. We typically see volume dropping day over day and price starting to basically stagnate. I would call it stagnation. I wouldn't say that it dropped. All right, so let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. I'm going to go ahead and log into Fidelity. Give me just 1 second while I log into Fidelity. I'm going to put on the glasses. You know what that means. And they're already clean. I cleaned them last night, so I don't have to clean them. Thank goodness. Two-factor authentication, guys. You might want to consider two-factor authentication. It could save you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime play opportunity. You may not want to risk your account in any kind of way, and having two-factor authentication could help save you. Keep that in mind. Just food for thought. Alrighty, taking you guys over to the other page. Give me a second here while I update Fidelity. It doesn't like it when I go on vacation either. All right, we'll get to that in just a second. All right, starting on the top left-hand corner, last week, we never really kind of covered who won the week on price prediction tally points. So I got to put those back in here real quick. Let's see. I think we all got a point for the last day. The closing price on Friday of last week was $13.53. Oh, I didn't get a point. Eric got a point. Keto got a point. And Monty didn't get a point. So only Eric and Keto got points last week on the last day. So we'll give Eric his final tally point, showing him as the winner of last week. I feel like not doing the tally points for this week just because it's only 2 days that I'd be doing it for. But Monty already gave his price prediction, so. Alrighty, there's the final tally marks for last week. The winner, clear winner, Eric. Eric was the winner. Let's take a look at some of the other numbers here. Short exempt volume, guys. I do want to show you this in more depth here, just because I want you guys to see the kind of I guess the amazingness of this. I don't know what to call this. The coolness, the grandiosity, or if that's even a word, I just made it up. This is pretty cool. This is some cool stuff. I went ahead and plugged in the numbers from yesterday so that you could see what the numbers look like on True Demon's MOASS trigger indicator. But short exempt volume increased from 271.3 thousand to 463,145. 463.1. That's a lot, guys. It's getting up there. But I'm going to show you those numbers again here in just a few minutes when we go back to the other page. They're pretty cool. Pretty cool numbers. All right, let's take a look at that utilization. I know you guys are a lot of people are waiting on that. Refreshing Ortex. Utilization, 100%. I got to add in a couple days that I was gone for. Let's see, so we had Tuesday, Wednesday, and now today. So I'm going to add 3 days to the tally mark. But this is now day number 103 of 100% utilization. Even with 50 million shares, and this is, I want Glenn to focus on this one. Glenn, with 50 million shares having been returned, the utilization is still 100%. If that doesn't tell you that there weren't shares that were found when they closed out those positions, nothing will tell you. And you just don't understand. That's pretty messed up. Those are some messed up right there. Messed up numbers. Yesterday's increase in price was actually a decrease of negative 1.64%. Taking a look at the off exchange from yesterday, the final numbers for the day yesterday was 54.35% in the off exchange, and the CBOE EDGX was at 9.67. So let's tally those up and find out what the total. Wow. Okay, so a normal day, what I consider to be a normal day for off exchange movement for us is 64%. You add those two numbers together, it was 64.02. So it was a very, very normal day in off exchange movement, and almost, hardly any change to price. It was only 21 cents down. So a very normal day there. Volume total for the day yesterday was pretty low. I think it was 25 million. Taking a look at some of that Ortex data. Oh, actually, sorry. Continuing, I forgot Max Payne. Max Payne. See, I'm completely out of. That's Max Payne from last week, or next week, guys. So let me refresh this again real quick here. I'm not sure what you're looking at, but I think it's $13. Oh no, that's not what I want. Yes, $13. Max Payne is $13. I think it was. I don't remember what it was. I don't remember what it was at the beginning of the week. But I know going into next week it's 15. So it's 13 right now, which is ironically just a few cents higher than what we're at right now. Let's see here. Moving on. On the Ortex data, we are short interest of the free float is at 17.77%. This is what we'll kind of cover more in detail here in just a little bit. We're 139.89 million shares on loan with that 100% utilization. And we'll cover some of the other numbers here and what they look like. And I think there's some exciting stuff that I want to show you. Moving on to options on the right-hand side of the page. Our lottery ticket losers at $27.50 call strike price, which is 50 cents higher than what it was last week. There was 12.8 thousand contracts last week at 27. There's 3.1 thousand contracts this week at 27.5. Scrolling back up just a tad, find our highest amount of open interest on both sides. Both. My wife makes fun of me for that. At a $15 strike price. Last week we had 18.7 thousand contracts. There's 13.5 at the same strike price. On the puts, our highest amount of strike volume was at $10 last week. This week it's up higher at 12 and a half. And there's currently 6.2 thousand contracts. So there's a 2-to-1 ratio in volume and open interest, and a spread. Let's see. The market, the market is signaling in options for a 1375 close by the end of the week, which is higher than max pain. So there's a good chance, based on these numbers, that either today or tomorrow we may see some upwards price movement just based on what options are kind of signaling for. All right, I'm going to move over a couple screens real quick here and show you some of the exciting numbers here in just a second. Let's see, that one, I'm forgetting a screen here. Give me a second here, guys. I forgot to pull up the screen. I'm having a hard time finding it again. There we go. Sometimes it takes a few to get back in the swing of things. All right, taking you guys back over to the other page. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about here. So we're going to zoom in a little bit on more current data. We're going to check out the on loan amount, and here's our big dip on loan amount, right? So we started out at about 195 million shares was the top. We're down to 139, so 140. So we're at 55 million shares haven't been returned since, I guess, when is this, June 16th? But the real drop started on June 24th. So it's been a little while. On loan average age per day. Now, this is the indicator I always tell you guys when you see this dip, when it reaches a bottom and has 2 days upwards movement, then that's your countdown to a 15-day timer, 15 trading days. Well, while I was on vacation, it hit a bottom. It hit a bottom right here, and that bottom had 2 days upwards movement and then into another falling down movement. So that means that this is a double dipper. And what that means is that there's going to be likely a price rise within the next 15 business days after July 1st. So we pull up a calendar over here on the side and we look at and we count out the days from July 1st. We can go 1, 2, 3, which would be the 22nd of July, except for don't forget that we had one holiday in there, so it would be the 25th. So the 25th is on this first dip. That by the 25th we should be seeing a pretty decent increase in price. Now, if you look here, it started heading back up. What does this mean? So when this indicator starts heading down and on loan amounts are closing out, then that means that really old positions, old loans or old short interest is being closed. When that starts rising and on loan amount is dipping, then that means newer positions are being closed out. In this particular case, day over day, there's a massive drop on this. going from 82.42 all the way down to 73.24, which means a lot of really old positions just got closed out day over day. So day over day, this on loan amount changed from 141.3 to 139.8. So only 2 million shares were closed out that were really, really old in that 1 day drop. So 2 million shares, old positions, super old, because this number dipped by quite a bit there. So we're gonna see multiple price increases coming in our futures. Taking a look at Ortex's short share interest of the free float, it is dipping as well. Day over day, we went from 17.88 to 17.77, which is for 2 million shares having been returned. It sure wasn't a whole lot of a change, which means that was probably mostly old loans and not necessarily short interest that was closed in that move of on loan shares that were closed. Taking a look at security lending volume, look at that spike there. Look at these spikes in the security lending volume. Massive, massive spikes, which means that the return shares that they're finding are not shares that they're actually getting off the market. They're shares that they're loaning on short-term loans. If you look at these spikes, they're very, very indicative of what we saw pre-June. Some of the spikes we saw pre-June run up got as high as 35.9 million shares. Now they're as high as this high one is 41.4. So we're looking at some huge loaning activity. Prior to January's run up, the numbers got as high as 23.3 million. So these are some of the largest spikes we've seen in security lending volume, repeated day over day activity. This is extremely bullish information. So what does this look like? What does this look like, or how can we see that there's something else that's going on here? And I'll show you in just 1 second. Let me look at one other page first. Yep, this page. Fidelity's buy-sell ratios. AMC came in 15th yesterday with a beautiful 67% buy to 33% sell ratio. Looks beautiful. If you guys aren't in my Discord, Active was being a trooper, a major, major trooper. She was posting up this page here for everybody to see. She filled in beautifully. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If you're not on the Discord, get on there because there's some good information on there. GME, you don't have to if you don't want to. I mean, I'll try to provide it in ways that I can, but GME was right behind AMC in volume in terms of orders in 16th yesterday, and they had 73% buys to 27% sell ratio. So they're looking really, really strong right now. I'll tell you what that's going to mean for them here in just a little bit. All right, trigger price for SSR for today is 11.31. Shares available to borrow 1.5 million. 271,000 shares are available in the ETFs. If we come back over here, you can see that they're borrowing a ton of shares. So let's see here. What do we got? I'm going to pull up my handy dandy little calculator and we're going to take a look at this real quick. And I'll show you the other exciting portion to this, the short exempt volume. So let's see, they returned in the available shares, they returned up to 2.1 million shares and then borrowed 600,000. Yeah. And then in the ETFs, we got a total of 0.95 million shares having been borrowed so far this morning. I didn't keep track of what it was Tuesday or Thursday, Tuesday or Wednesday this week. But I can tell you right now that based off of the numbers we saw on Friday, it was 1.2 million. So these numbers are looking pretty close to what we saw like last week. Fees are at 12.7%. We currently have 97.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls, which is under 100K, which is what I like to see. But it's darn close to 9.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 31.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 8.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. I think we got to get past next week. I know next week looks like it's a real banger, but we got to get past next week. And I think that's actually going to be money in institutional pockets. But we got to get past next week before we move back to smaller numbers on options. And it's actually getting really, really small. Some of these numbers are looking super, super sweet for the middle to late end of July and going into August. Beautiful looking numbers. This is what I wanted to show you guys. Look at the short exempt volume in the middle column here. Those numbers are extremely high. We had our spike on 627. Let's see, what was the actual day here? Hold on a second, I'm gonna pull this up real quick. So our spike into the bang was on 626, which resulted in 420,000 shares in its short exempt volume for 627 the next day. Then it went to 385, so it started dropping, then to 168, then 240, then 211, then 271, now back up to 463,000 shares in short exempt volume. What happened? Why? Why was there why suddenly 400 more short exempt volume than after a sudden spike in volume and price? What spawned short exempt volume increasing massively? Explain that. Something's going on here. Something's happening. Positions are looks to me like liquidity is a major issue right now. A major issue. There's something going on here. These numbers are starting to stack and becoming very large. I mean, you can go back and you can look at the historical numbers on this and see that they aren't normally that high. Every once in a while you have a spike, but they don't normally trend in those hundreds of thousands. That's this since the 27th, those numbers have been peaking. Pretty good. Looks like mostly green numbers on the other side of the world. Not quite 1%ers. A couple of them were at 1%, but not quite. We got 1% right here. Everything else, I think we're probably looking at a green day on the market for the day today. As a whole. IWB is up 0.2, IWD is down 0.09, IWM is up 0.38, Tesla is up 0.8, Amazon is up 0.38, Cinemark is down 1.21, Doge is up 1.03, Bitcoin's just kind of still struggling right there above that number. I told you guys that I thought once we got down here and tested this a second time that we might see this rise back up to as much as 20, I think I said 23. It could be 22. Yeah, I'm thinking 23. Might get as high as 23 as a possibility before coming back down. But it's doing a very similar pattern to what we saw back here. Very similar. So a little bit more time on this, and I do think that it's going to drop down to that last level of support at 12.3-ish. GameStop is up 6.33 in the pre-market. HYMC up 1.45. Hood 0.23. NCMI is down 3.64. AMC is up 0.08 in the pre-market. Yesterday we had 52 million in outflow, 46 million in inflow, giving us a difference of 6%. 6%. I can't talk. I can't talk this morning, guys. I'm still on vacation. My brain is still on vacation. We have a $6 million difference in outflow and inflow. 27.8 thousand shares have been traded so far this morning. This is a low volume morning. Again, in the bang, we're going to continue to see more lower volume and price remaining relatively the same. It's the coiling of the spring. On the weekly, how are we looking on the weekly? I just want to zoom in on this. Do note that we are still trading inside my box, which I moved up so we didn't have to continuously see this. So the date range is still the same, and the breakout, which is the beginning of this month to the 22nd of this month. But I do feel like we're kind of trading really close to the bottom side of this bullish triangle. I think we're testing the bottom side like we have multiple weeks in a row, just very slowly crawling up here. I think we don't have too much further along here before we move into territory where I think the breakout's going to occur. There's two different things happening here. We're coming up, even though we're down in this pattern, we're actually towards the top of the much larger descending wedge that we've got, right? So we're traveling along sideways here. We're getting really close to I hate saying this, guys, but it's 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks away from breaking out of this. It has 2 weeks left here worth of data before it starts to break out. If we continue to trade sideways, and if we broke out of that first, that would also help break out of our more short-term, smaller bullish triangle. So I do think that that's, all those numbers within the next 3 weeks, we have that box, and that whole breakout could be right in that time frame. Taking a look at the Vortex indicator and RSI, there's a huge, massive divergence of more selling pressure than buying pressure, according to the weekly Vortex indicator, with RSI at 39.03%. I wasn't watching inflow and outflow this last week or Fidelity to see what our buy-sell ratios look like, but I would imagine that we were probably buying on the way down. Taking a look at the daily, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.08, which is just about average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.39, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.15, which is about average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.44, which is below average. I'll put the Bollinger Bands back up here. I kind of wanted to note that I guess the first thing I noticed that when I turned on the computer last night was, and I got the Bollinger Bands up on this thing, I was looking at this and I was going, these Bollinger Bands don't look like they normally do in aftermarket hour trading. I see a lot of activity going on in here. I mean, usually they're much, much smoother in the aftermarket hours, right? If I pull this back, I feel like at least this is unusual. Although now that I'm scrolling backwards, maybe there was just an update to Weeble's data and they've got it. Maybe they don't have smoothing on these Bollinger Bands anymore, but it looks to, yeah, see, this is more like, I guess, what I'm used to seeing in the aftermarket hours here. But anyways, just seemed like unusual activity. Ichimoto. Okay, on the Ichimoto, we have the lagging line touching the price line, but it wouldn't take much for if we got above say $13, we would be looking really good on the lagging line. The conversion line just crossed the baseline in the pre-market this morning. which is bullish. Price is below the cloud. Price tends to like to move upwards through the cloud and through the thinner portions usually. So today could be a possible day for a breakthrough on this. The top of the Bollinger Band on this, sorry, I said Bollinger. The top of the Ichimoto cloud on this is 1344, and then moving in tomorrow is 1323. It is starting to look more bullish. On the 4-hour, price has moved down through the green, and it doesn't have a crossing over into the red until, let's see, this is Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday would be a possible day towards the end of the day of a breakthrough above perhaps maybe like $13. The conversion line is below the baseline, and the lagging line is below price line as well. So this is not as bullish looking. We did, however, print a TD9 in downwards price movement, which means we should be moving towards more green numbers on the 4-hour. And with that, I'll be able to see what it is you guys are writing again. Keto got you 1139 to 1439. I'll come up with a price prediction more closer to market open. Need for Speed's taking the vacation now. Beach house. Nice. We were driving in LA heading up towards Hollywood or Universal Studios in Hollywood, and there were signs there that said beach cities. And I told my wife, I looked over at her and I said, I don't want to go there. She just gave me this look. She's like, she didn't really understand what I was saying. So it says beach cities. It sounds like it's a wreck. I don't want to go to the beach cities. Anyways, I thought that was that was kind of funny. I don't remember ever having seen those signs before when I was younger. So I don't know. I'm sure they were always there. Just never really thought the same way that I do now. Let's see here. And by the way, guys, I started with where Keto wrote his price prediction in. So if there's something specifically you wanted me to read, type it again. Keto says, how does loan volume spike while short interest dropping? So they're doing one of the things that happens with those security lending, Keto, is that it doesn't get reported the same way that it gets reported when they do like regular loans. So consider them like off the book loans. They're it's almost like private loans, private short term loans, and they don't get recorded on the books. So that's kind of the reason, or that's how. And it's costing them, I guarantee you, it's costing them a lot of money to have those short term loans. Okay, yeah. Tim, if you ever want to throw up the invite, you're more than welcome to. I'll put it up there too. For those of you wanting it, there's the invite. Casey, how do you take hearing Voyager is filing for bankruptcy? Who's Voyager? I don't know who Voyager is, but if it's another hedge fund, it's like our fifth one now. roadster guy. It'll be a while before we do another vacation, so don't worry about it. Yeah, I haven't read, Mike. I haven't read through the documentation. I've been hearing 4-1. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly how that's being done. I'm not sure of the wording. I need to go through and check the wording out. Hayden, I won't do it to you again for a while, so I'm here. Oh, it's crypto. Mm, I'll tell you what. Crypto. It's a crypto exchange. See, I'm not a crypto guy. I really don't know anything about crypto. I'll tell you this. I've been saying this for a really, 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 really long time. Here's our 70 and pokey stick of volume. I've been saying for a long time that I think cryptocurrencies, if they have to compete against a U.S. cryptocurrency, that they're going to get screwed, absolutely screwed, because I do believe the government will basically come in and say, okay, we don't want competition against a U.S. Cryptocurrency, so we're going to outlaw or tell everybody that they can't continue to trade in what we're going to call uncontrolled or unsafe. That's what they'll call it. They'll call it unsafe or what's the word I'm looking for? Words are so hard. Not. You guys will come up with it before I do. Regulated, not regulated currencies, right? They want to regulate everything. Why? Because they can collect taxes on it. And if they can collect taxes on it, then they make their money. If people continue to trade or have venues to where they cannot control where money is being spent or know where money is being spent, then they don't get their taxes. And when they don't have their taxes, they get pissed. I've seen it happen before. It happened to poker players back in I think it was 2011. It happened to us. We were running our own cryptocurrencies in a sense. They weren't really cryptocurrencies, but we had our own funds that were being funneled through organizations that held bank accounts offshore, and they were legitimate. They were legitimate bank accounts that were held offshore that shouldn't have been able to be touched by the U.S. government. And one day we all woke up and you went to your favorite website to check out where your money was or see the condition of your money, and there was a FBI notice on the page saying that all funds had been seized and in control of the FBI, and that all bank accounts had been locked and you had no access. And so people sit here and they go like, oh yeah, well they can't do that to like cryptocurrencies because they don't have any regulation over it. And it's like, if you can't log into your website, you got nothing. You can't get into unless you got a hard wallet, you got nothing, because now they have access over the location to where you were putting your money. So I'm telling you right now that for all those people that say like they can't do that to cryptocurrencies, you're wrong. You're just wrong. The government will absolutely 100% go in there and seize everything. They will find a way, I guarantee you. And so people who think that their cryptocurrency is safe they're just wrong. It's not safe. So I just worry for people who, have their money in cryptocurrencies, because eventually something like that I think will happen. So that pokey stick of volume, by the way, guys, wasn't hardly anything. It was only 35,000 shares. I think we were only at like 25 at the time. Maybe 30. It might have been an exact doubling. It would have put us close to 70, which is about what we're at right now. So 20 to 40 million in volume. No surprise. Let's see here. Let me modify my prediction. Sharma, thank you. I did hear that, Eric. So I did hear that somebody blew up the stones. Yeah, unregulated, bro. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you. Hey, Tater Tot, I love you too, man. No homo. Miss Tahiti said Indian reservations too. Casey, my uncle bought cigarettes for a year, and the IRS sent him a bill for thousands. I mean, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy, Miss Tahiti. When it comes to the government getting shafted out of their money, they will go to uh, great. Um, they'll go to all kinds of extents to get that money. I promise you. And when they know that they're not getting it fairly, they'll go in and they'll just take it. And I say fairly like it's fair, which which doesn't really seem fair. Jeff says I miss the old days where cash was king. You just wait. That's not. We haven't seen the half of it. Matt says wait till they make crypto in the U.S. No garage. So, oh man, Matt. You know what? My first thought was when I started having or thinking about the idea that there's no that paper money starts to become a thing of the past. The first thing I started thinking of is what's going to happen to all those homeless people on the side of the road when they can't beg for money because uh, there's all you can give them is digital currency. And then of course somebody said, well, all the homeless people just got phones, so they'll be okay. It's true. If you ever go look, every once in a while they're on the side of on the side of the road with their phones in their hand, and sometimes you wonder like how in the world did they get a phone? Thick, good morning. Discord is saying email is already registered. Francis, if I need to put another one, I will put another. Try this one. There's another one for you. I'm handing out free Discords. Did I skip your post, Haze Monster? No, I didn't skip it. I just read it. You picked up 11 GME shares in pre-market. The stock split will take AMC with it. 3,900 AMC Moon tickets. Welcome back, my man. Thank you. I saw it. I read it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Congratulations on the GME shares. I didn't read it out loud. Sorry. Keto says I'm not touching crypto till the beginning of 2024. Uh, so Natalie, I've got that, or Nat Nail, I've got that as one of my catalysts on my list of possible catalysts. So it's definitely a possibility. I think it's going to put more stress on our brokers, our lenders of shares. It's the same people, right? Anybody who's got a long position who's oversold their positions to their customers without actually having the shares on hand, they're going to be the ones who are going to probably be suffering the most from any of this because they'll suddenly be at risk and needing to be holding more collateral, or they'll need to go out and actually purchase some more shares um, to mitigate risk of the amount of shares that they have on hand. So, which would cause institutional buying. That's what we want. We want to see institutional buying. They need to do a lot of the dirty work. The whole reason that we're invested in with our brokers is because they do the dirty work for us. We don't want to have to do the dirty work of buying and selling. They do it. They've got the fast computers that run algorithms that compete with the algorithmic trading of hedge funds. Those are the people that need to be doing the work, not us. You're welcome, Roaster guy. Yeah, back in the big tramp. She's kind of cold. Had to rev the engine a few times this morning. Have I talked about the Gentle Minions? No, I haven't seen it yet, Alan. I haven't seen it. I have to be extremely honest here. I have not seen Minions. I have not seen Top Gun, and I still haven't seen Doctor Strange. And I know Doctor Strange is already out on Disney, I think. I need to go see those three. We've been kind of lacking in some of them. We went to go see Jurassic. We did see Jurassic Park. And I forget what the more recent one was that we just saw. Oh, we saw Elvis just recently. But I really want to see those other three really, really bad in the movie theater. And I might be too late on one of them. I don't know yet. Need for Speed. I haven't really guessed a price prediction for the day, but I do think that it's going to be somewhere in the range of like what some of the other guys have already guessed, which is probably like 11 to 14. So Monty's got 11.75 to 14.75. Keto had 11.39 to 14.39. So I think those are good ranges. Ooh, it's a great question. I've heard somebody say before that it was a minimum of like 3 years or something like that. I think something should be done about that though, Caitlin, for sure. Did they decide on August 4th, Trent? Because I looked it up. I think it was yesterday. I looked it up and it was the 8th. So did they lock it in on the 4th now? Yeah, exactly, Caitlin. The Aladdin program, right? Like we want our brokers to be using that system to buy shares. You know what I think's really kind of crazy, guys, is these numbers that Remtax throwing up here, the 22nd to 18th to the 22nd, is rate. This is what boggles my mind. Um, the 18th through the 22nd, my box ends on the 22nd. I've had this box up here since, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look and see, but I'm pretty sure I've had this box up here since really close to like the beginning of June. And none of us knew that the 4-to-1 split was coming on the 18th of July, or the last day that you could own shares was the 18th of July. None of us knew that. I find it so ironic that the patterns, the way that they play out, uh, it's almost like the future's predicted by market moves. Not like, for example, like COVID, right? I think there's plenty of evidence to say, because if you go back and you look at the VIX, there's plenty of evidence to say that when the VIX crossed this line right here, broke this threshold line, this trend line that we've got here. I've got from the top of the 2018 spike right here in the VIX. I've got it coming down through a couple different touch points here, right? And basically this is saying, okay, once this breaks this is going to start moving upwards, and it broke, retested it, and then broke hard. And this is COVID. This is COVID right here. And the market was basically predicting in advance that this was going to happen, well in advance. In fact, if you were to draw a trend line If I know I've got the touch point here, but if I would have put the touch point here, it's still going to show you the same exact thing. And it's almost like the market was saying, like, we know something's going to happen before it even happened. And it's kind of crazy to me how that works out. I don't know. Jay, we had a good time. I wanted to show some pictures, but I don't have them uploaded quite yet. Hmm, I don't know if they'll jump or not, Savvy, but I'm not too worried about it. I don't think it should make a difference one way or the other. Remtac, good morning, sir. Glenn says 12% red today. I don't I don't know. We'll have to see closer to market open, but I would say I'm kind of thinking hmm, we'll see closer to market open, but I'm thinking green as of right now. But if we do go green, I don't think it'll be by too much. Yeah, absolutely, Caitlin. Let's take a look at it. So it was right after market close yesterday that the price started spiking right around 16:06 Eastern Standard Time, and then it came down and had a nice slow trend rise up. Oh, excuse me, up to 129.19. I think is that the high? No, it still continued to rise. It came back down a little bit from there, continued to rise up to 131, and then it's been falling ever since the 131 down to 122.50. If we zoom out just a tad bit here, we can see that we hit a bottom of 113.45 from 148 in a stair-stepping action, and then this is a nice little jump out of that trend. We're well past the box that I had set up for this on the potential breakout period. And we've had multiple touches here where we've tried to break out of this very long descending wedge. We have volume is, I think it's still kind of decreasing right now on GME. I can say this. I had mentioned something in the Discord. Um, I said somebody asked about the GME split, and I said that I hadn't, done too much looking to it, the specific wording of any filings yet, and I don't even know if there is a filing, an SEC filing. I have to take a look at it. If it is truly a dividend payment, I think that the brokers are going to have a hard time with that. Now I see Tony came back in and said he did some digging on it. I had said that any added shares will help liquidity which is completely dried up for GME and their struggle for finding meaningful volume. It's my opinion that the more shares that they've locked up into DRS means that the more volume they've taken out of circulation. Volume is absolutely 100% what we need in order to get price movement. If you lock up your shares in DRS, you destroy the ability to have or generate volume. So if my understanding is they've locked up about 40 something percent of their volume into DRS. So with these additional shares that will be issued into the market, there will be the ability to have some more volume again. I think that's incredibly crucial to price discovery. So getting that additional volume, I expect to see when it does happen, when that volume is created and there's more volume in the market, you'll start to see these massive spikes in volume for GME. Massive volume spikes means price discovery. So you need to see volume. It's really the exact opposite. I know for such a long time we've been saying we need to stop lending. We need to stop lending. Stop lending your shares and all of this and that and the other. And the thing is that it's actually lending of shares that causes a squeeze in the first place. If you don't have lending of shares, then you don't have the problem that creates a squeeze play. You have to have lending of shares and you have to have volume. You take those away and you have no squeeze. The conditions aren't there. You've gotten rid of all of the conditions that you need to have a squeeze to happen. All of them. You can't lend shares, you have no volume. It's just that's how volume is generated, is through lending of shares. They continue to create more synthetics, and you get more and more and more volume. It's a cycle that repeats itself and grows. It's almost like a snowball, like when you push it down a hill, right? They keep lending more shares, and the snowball keeps getting. It's like the snow collecting on the snowball as it rolls downhill, and it just becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until finally this thing is just a behemoth and it can't be controlled any longer, and it gets out of control and destroys the whole town, destroys everything, gone. Right? It becomes this big avalanche. And so that's essentially what you need to have happen. And so, I expect to see the volume really start moving quite nicely for GME. Now, a lot of people are going to probably sit there and tell you that the reason the volume is increasing for GME is due to the fact that people are FOMOing in to try and buy more shares because they're cheaper. Right? The idea is that when there's more shares, they're going to be cheaper because there's going to be a 4-to-1 reduction in price, meaning that the share price is going to be somewhere between, I don't know, 30 and 50 bucks by that time. I'm just guesstimating, but it'll probably be around 30 bucks. And everybody's going to say, well, the reason that the volume is so high is because everybody's buying shares because it's more affordable. And I say, no, that's not really the truth. And the reason it's not really the truth is because if you go and you look at their average volume compared to how much they have in shares outstanding, their float, the math is going to be the same. It's going to be the same. Retail only does 10% or maybe even less than 10% of the total volume that's being traded. There may be an initial spike in that, but you're not going to see a whole lot of it. A lot of it's going to be coming from institutional trading of shares, not from retail. I don't know if they're going to have to call those shares back or not, Beach Guy. I can't. Well, I mean, you would think they would, right? And the reason I'm going to have to look into that. I'm going to have to look into that, Beach Guy. I think that they would probably want to call them back because it would give them. I would think that they would want to call them back. I'm gonna have to look into it though. Keto said my wife heard your voice and said, "Oh, Casey's back. See you at 4." So, oh man, that's not good. That's not good, man. You gotta. I wonder if that's my wife might be listening to me right now. And she's like, "Yeah, I know the pain." Those aren't. Those aren't. Let me. Hold on a second here. I don't have max min. Let's see. What do you say? Max min average aren't 3.5%. I'm not sure what you're talking about. For max min average. Let's see. It's July. 3 resignations for the White House today. It happens. Do murderers just resign and not go to jail? Caitlin, you're upset today. I can tell. Salty Dog, thank you very much. It's good to be back. Let me refresh it, Caitlin, and see if it's changed at all. Sometimes a little bit. Usually it doesn't really change until, okay, so it's showing up right now. So it looks to me like there's only one institution reporting right now, guys, because I got 12.51% for both max and min. That just means that only one institution is reporting any kind of share loaning at this point. So uh, give it a chance. They got to get more, wait for the date. I wouldn't really ever look at cost to borrow until after markets opened. Once markets opened and then there's more lending that's occurred, then you can probably start looking at those numbers and get a better idea of kind of where we have our average at. So don't ignore those numbers for right now. I never really talk about cost to borrow first thing in the morning. Just give it a chance to, give it a chance for there's some lending to occur, and then we'll see what the true average really is. Mike is saying he's already looked at the file, the form 8K filed yesterday. Simply represents the content on the press release of their website. Dividend of 3 additional shares of Class A common stock for each then held shares of Class A shares. Let me read what Tony wrote here real quick. I know Tony said he did some digging. Yeah, so essentially what should happen if it truly is a stock dividend is that the um, the issuer of the stock dividend, being GME, will go to each broker and say, how many shares do you have on hand, and each broker will say I have. Actually, what they'll do is I think they would actually issue them to the DTCC, or the DTC. Is it DTC? Let's see, clearinghouse. They would issue them to the DTC. The DTC would then go out and say, okay, you get this amount, you get this amount to each broker. They say this is how many shares you have on record for us, actual shares. And then each broker who had additional shares or ownership of shares beyond the amount of shares that were issued, they would just have to credit each account for additional shares. So that it's going to come onto the back of, or the people who are going to be most stressed by additional shares being issued is going to be our brokers, because at some point when people decide to sell their shares, they're going to have to start making those trades. They're going to be on the line or on the hook for the additional shares and value of those shares. But more importantly, the most important part about it is it's going to create more volume, and that is definitely a good thing. Matt King says SOS stock got a reverse split 50 to 1. I had 70 shares and now I have one. You should have one and some remaining shares. Like 1.6 or something like that. You might want to check with your broker and find out. GME's volume at 1.7 million already. Yeah, I mean it's gonna it's gonna drive up volume for sure. Even with just the FOMO alone, it'll drive up. So their average 3-month volume is at 3.26. I'm only seeing 58.27 thousand right now. So this is why I look at Webull, Caitlin. I don't like looking at. I only like to see lit exchange. I don't like to see off exchange shares being traded. I think it's really important to look at what's actually being traded versus what's happening off exchange, because it gives you a better idea about what's really going to occur for the day being traded to the lit market versus what's just happening behind the scenes. Institutional ownership for GME. Yeah, I probably need to pull up their SEC filings as well. Institutional shares long 22.6 million, which represents 29.92% of the float. 30% is a good number. Yes, I am long on AMC. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and take my morning break, and I will be back at 8:15 Central Standard Time. In regards to, I'm going to actually answer this question real quick here. Delta Doc asked thoughts on taking NOBO action. Um, what's the reason for not wanting to report? So I'm pulling this up here. A non-objective beneficiary owner is a beneficial owner of a company who gives permission to a financial intermediary to release their name and address to the companies or issuers in which they have bought securities. I know I've heard people say before that this would help in some type of showing like ownership. of shares in existence that are not um, being reported. Um, I don't I don't I don't know why. I don't know what is it going to do. I think that it's been extremely exhausted, the idea that we need to show that there's more shares in existence uh, than um, than there are. And all I'm going to say to you is that it's heavily exhausted. There's no reason. There's no reason to try and prove that point. There's nothing uh, there's nothing that's going to change because of the idea that we know the DTCC knows, the SEC knows, um, hell, even our government knows that there's things going on here. They're even investing in AMC. So everybody knows that there's more shares in existence. It's not going to do anything to know that it does nothing for us to know for a fact that there's actually more than there are supposed to be. Nothing happens. We've seen it on multiple occasions through history, and nothing happens. Business continues on as normal. Changes nothing. NC Proud Dad wants me to look at the free float, the amount that they're saying we have 515.63, which I believe is a little bit lower than what it was before, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, there it is, 516.82. Are you saying free float or are you saying in existence? Yeah, 515.63 sounds about right. Sounds about what I've remember seeing for quite a while. That's what I'm seeing. He didn't sell all his shares, Caitlin. He only sold a portion. Mike says that the GME dividend will be distributed after trading closes on July 21st. Runescape Killer, I was on vacation. Speaking of going on vacation, I'm going to take a break. I will see you guys back here at 8:15. No. Free float to existence. No. So the free float is how many shares it can be owned besides insiders, right? The shares outstanding, the difference between the shares outstanding and free float is insider ownership. So that means the answer to your question is 1.9 million shares are held by insiders. Institutions are not insiders. They can be, but they're in this particular case they're not. For example, like Wanda. When Wanda owned AMC and they held shares as part of and owned the company and owned shares, that's an insider ownership. And they held a very large portion of the amount of shares back when they used to own shares. I don't know, CP. I've been hearing two different things. Sounds like the actual filing says 3-1, so we'll have to take a look at it and see. I haven't looked at it yet. Michael, thank you very much. Oh yeah, no, it's not. If you just want to see that NC Proud Dad, go to Fintel and type in, for example, like well, let me just give you AMC's as an example. This is a great website to check institutional ownership, but what you have to realize is that it's a delayed reporting from each quarter, and the accurate data doesn't start rolling in until about, I believe it's, I always forget the number. I think it's 45 business days after, or maybe it's 40, no, it's 45 days after the closing of the previous quarter. So since June was the ending day, it's like halfway through this month. We'll get the reportings of Q2, which means that it's going to be behind by about a month and a half worth of data. So it's always lagging, but check that link out, and that'll tell your institutional ownership. But it's going to tell you from a perspective, an old perspective, only what's been filed so far. So as it stands, it's at 190.137 million shares owned by institutions. I did not actually write that down, but oddly enough, has not changed since last Friday, because I actually have it in my notes here, I think, and I didn't change it earlier this morning. So no institutional change in ownership since last Friday. Alrighty, guys, heading to break. No, I just never got off here. Remember, I'm gonna pull up some music here real quick. Let me just check this album out here real quick here and see if it's something that's worth listening to. Let me just play this real quick. I don't want to leave you guys with some crappy music, so let me just play this and see what it sounds like. It's funny music. It's like this one's like I can't think of the name of the song. All right. I don't think I can play this. There's Yeah, let me try and find a better playlist. Let's see here. Yeah, this works. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Don't let download limits hold you back. Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beatmakers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for just $6.99 a month.
Are you ready to take your content to the next level? Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to premium tracks for only $6.99 a month. Go premium now.
Alrighty, I'm back. There's a little bit of a more lively, upbeat day for you in the songs. Glenn Miller says, holy crap, AMC just filed to close its bankruptcy covenants. Hold on 1 second. Let me see. I normally get Normally I get new filings that come through from the SEC, and I don't see anything that was listed. Adam Aaron 1 hour ago posted, I keep getting asked when pounce. Know this: one, I always keep my word. Two, I've said publicly a pounce would not happen before the second quarter 2022 earnings are announced. And three, press release issued today that Q2 earnings to be announced on Thursday, August 4th. Read between those lines. Would not happen before second. Okay, so he's basically saying it won't happen before August 4th. Looks like he's also tweeted an hour ago that he's going to go see Top Gun for the fourth time at AMC's Tyson's Corner 16, McLean, Virginia, Thursday, July 14th, the day after my birthday. MCon said headbanger music. It's a little taste of everything, it seems like, in this playlist that I've got going here. That's right, Jay. I'm back. I almost played Eminem's song. I almost played it today, and I was like, I don't know. I listened to it last night. I was like, that's not me. It just didn't feel like me. I was like, you guys don't need me. So it's like it felt just like it would be like me saying like you have to have me kind of thing. And I was like, nah, you don't need me. You guys can do just fine on your own. Nana Ape says 4 times means something. Doctor Strange. He did say Doctor Strange 4 times. This is true. All right, let me get a price prediction mark in here for myself. I think I'm going to go with the same kind of price prediction I had last week. I'm going to go 11 to 14. I think that should cover the bases. I think it's pretty safe. Arthur's saying, so the split will cause the price to drop. Yes, but it doesn't change. It acts as like dilution, but it does not change the amount of. It doesn't change the amount that you would hold in value. You're welcome, MB. Another thing that I want to mention, and I'm going to go ahead and list this up here for you guys to see. I did find this while I was on break. So it's not like I've been looking at this for a while, but I found that on break there on what is a stock dividend, and so you can better understand that. I just want to mention that there may be a period of time that you have to hold on to those in order for you to, I guess, claim them in full. I don't know this to be a fact. I'm just kind of reading through some of the things that were said here. But I do think that that's kind of an interesting read on how a stock dividend works. There is a difference between a small versus a large stock dividend. In this particular case, the 3-to-1 would be it would be a large dividend because it needs to be to be considered a small stock dividend. It would have to be less than 25% of the total value of shares outstanding. In this particular case, though, that's a 3-to-1 is going to be well more than 25%. So this is going to be considered a large stock dividend. Large stock dividends, and I'm just quoting from the page here. Large stock dividends are those in which the new shares issued are more than 25% of the value of the total shares outstanding prior to the dividend. In this case, the journal entry transfers the par value of the issued shares from retained earnings to paid in capital. And I'd have to go back and dive into what par value means exactly. It's not that it drops, Arthur. It's just the value, because it's like dilution, the value per share is different. So it's not price isn't dropping, it's just that price is getting cut into quarters, right? So their price right now is $117, you divide it by 4, right? It's not the price is dropping. So you'd lose out on a bet like that. And you would probably lose out pretty poorly. 117.43 divided by 4. Like if it were to split right now, I had said earlier this morning somewhere between $30 and $50. Right now, if it's split at this moment in time, it would be $29.35 per share. So it's not a devaluation. It's just simply more shares being added to the pool, meaning that each share, like for example, if you owned 100 shares of GME, you would now have 400 shares of GME, and if you did 400 times that number that I just told you, of 29.35 times 400 would give you $11,743, which is exactly the amount that you would have if you had 100 shares. So it changes nothing. It just changes the amount of shares that are in the pool. Price isn't actually dropping. Thank you, Cookie Monster. Yes, we had a good time. No, they're just recalculated. I don't know, Danny. I'm seeing 3-to-1. I'm hearing 3-to-1. I haven't pulled up the documentation myself to look at it, so I need to pull up their SEC filing and see. But I've been hearing 3-to-1. I've been hearing 4-to-1. I'm not sure. I think it does, Grandpa. And the reason that I say that is because anybody who is lending a share would owe whoever it is that they're borrowing from those shares that they have shares on loan from. So they would end up having to return more shares than they had originally. Some people would say that might just be a book accounting, ledger change, which in some cases that may be the case. But if you believe in share rehypothecation, meaning more shares were lent than there were actually available, then if you believe that's the case, then there will actually be more shares that they will have to find than they actually lent because they've been rehypothecated. Give me 1 second here. Just checking something out. Yeah, the last day for you to own GME shares to be included in the distribution would be the 18th. And I'm also hearing the 21st is the payout date. That's what I've been reading as well. They've returned, Watcher, like a crap ton. In the last week, they returned a crap ton of short interest and loan shares. So that's where they're coming from. Yeah, that seems correct, Rem. Cookie, I would look that information up on online. You can find that information pretty easily. But it is time for me to get this morning's intro started, so we'll see you guys after market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Awake on my airplane, my skin is bare. And I feel like a newborn. Awake on my airplane, awake on my airplane. I feel so Could you take my picture? 'Cause I don't remember. Could you take my picture? 'Cause I don't remember. Yeah. I don't believe in your sanctity, your privacy. I don't believe in sanctity or hypocrisy. Could everyone agree that no one should be left alone? Could everyone agree that they should not be left alone? Yeah. And I feel like a newborn. And I feel like a newborn, kicking and screaming. Could you take my picture? 'Cause I don't remember. Could you take my picture? 'Cause I don't remember. Yeah. What do you think about your son now? What do you think about your son now? Could you take my picture? 'Cause I won't remember. Could you take my picture? 'Cause I won't remember. Could you take my picture? 'Cause I won't remember. Yeah.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Oh man, guys, I had a good trip, by the way. Really good trip. Out to California, visited family, visited the zoo, visited Universal Studios, visited everything. Drove around a lot. Surprisingly, I haven't driven a minivan in a hot minute, and that thing got some pretty good gas mileage. I was really kind of surprised by that. But we had a good time. Flight was good. This song just kind of reminded me of that whole flight, everybody wanting pictures taken and on an airplane. So it just kind of made me think of this song, and hence the reason why it got played. So the talk of the town right now is really, what the heck is going to happen with let's look at the SEC filing. I probably should just look this up. So I'm going to go to the SEC filing real quick here, and we'll check out the SEC filing for GameStop, and we'll see what it says exactly as far as 3-1, 4-1. Let's see here. Grapevine, Texas, Business Wire, GameStop Corporation today announced that its board of directors has approved and declared a 4-for-1 split of the company's Class A common stock in the form of a stock dividend. company stockholders of record at the close of business on July 18th, 2022 will receive a dividend of 3 additional shares of the company, Class A common stocks, for each then held share of Class A common stock. The stock dividend will be distributed after the close of trading on July 21st. Trading will begin on a stock split adjusted basis on July 22nd. This press release contains, this is just the cautionary statement regarding forward-looking statements. So it's basically just a copy and paste of the news article that went out, or the press release, I should say. Grapevine, Texas. Why Grapevine, Texas? It makes me wonder, is GME originate out of Texas? I didn't know this, if it did. I guess maybe their headquarters is up in Grapevine. I don't know. That's news to me. I'll have to check that out later. But anyways, what do I have to say about this? I know there's a lot of people who have a lot of questions and wondering, what's going to happen to the price. It's obviously going to get cut in quarters, not thirds. And if it's a 4-to-1 distribution, actually fifths. It would be cut into fifths, because if they're issuing 4 for every 1, it's going to be cut into fifths. So we'd be looking at whatever price is now divided by 5. 4-to-1 split, you would now own 4 shares. If you owned 4, 4, 1. Oh, is it 4, 4, 1? Let me reread that again. Hold on one second. Let me just read that one more time. You're saying 4, 4, 1. Hold on. 4, 4, 1 split. Yes. Okay. That's correct. So it's basically a 3-to-1 split. So by saying 4, 4, 1, you're basically saying it's a 3-to-1 split. So it's going to be 4. It's going to be cut in quarters. Yeah. It's going to be cut into quarters, the price, whatever it ends up being on the end of the 21st. It will be cut into quarters, and each person will be given. Let me edit this. GME 4-to-1. I'm going to edit the title to 3-to-1, because it's really a 3-to-1 split. You're going to have 4. That is correct. So whoever said that first, I think it was Love in the Superfan said it. Yeah, it'll be a total of 4. So if you own 1, you'll have 4 afterwards. If the price is $250, you just cut it by 4. Divide by 4. Yep, you'll get 3 new shares. That's correct, Sam. So I did just a quick look up this morning, just to kind of see, like, what is a stock dividend, and I listed it here just a little bit ago. I think I'm going to pin it up to the top, so anybody who wants to see it or wants to click on it can. There is a difference between a small sorry, I'm doing 2 things at once and I can't think and talk at the same time. There's a difference between a small and a large stock dividend and how they're treated. Where is the darn link? Ah, there it is. I'm just going to repost it and then post it up to the top. So the way I see this, and I'm still going to do some more research on this to make sure that I know what it is that I'm talking about. But the way that I see this is, there's a particular case that I see, a couple different cases that I see as issues. Any institution that has more shares owned by their investors than they actually have on hand are going to have problems. We know that to be the case. We know that there is synthetics out there. We can see it. You can see it in the numbers everywhere you look. You can see all over the place the proof of it. So the institutions who have more shares owned than they actually have held onto at this moment in time are going to have problems, because what's going to end up happening is they're going to owe those investors eventually down the line when they decide to sell. They're going to owe those investors those shares. So is it going to hurt them right now, this very second and this point in time? No. But when it comes time for people to sell their shares, when they decide to sell their shares, those institutions are going to have to go out and find shares and able to buy those in order to be able to sell those shares or give them the value, or they have to hold the collateral. One of the two, right? If they don't hold the shares, they have to hold the collateral. If they don't have the collateral, then they're screwed. They're just absolutely screwed. So one of the two things is going to have happen. They're either going to have to go out and buy some more shares in order to hold more shares on hand to meet collateral requirements, or they're going to have to free up cash somehow in order to meet requirement situations. So if they are holding, say for example, this is just a very generalized example, make it real quick and easy. Institution X, Y, and Z has 100 shareholders with 100 shares. Those guys are going to be owed 400, but if that institution only has 25 shares on hand, they're really, really toast, because they're meeting collateral requirements holding 25 shares on hand with 100 shares owned by their investors, but they won't be within margin or collateral requirements if the amount of shares on hand is now 400, right? Now there's 400 shares on hand and they only have 25. So they either need to free up collateral, right, and have to meet requirements that they have to have in order to hold the positions that they're holding, or they have to go out and buy shares to equal a quarter of that amount that they're holding, meaning they would have to go out and find another 75 shares to hold on to, or they just, again, free up the money. So a lot of people say, like, where's the money going to come from in this market? And I keep telling you guys, these long institutions, when they have to free up collateral, they'll sell positions when they have to free up collateral. Cryptocurrencies, blue chips, all of the things that really help them to hold collateral will probably take hits when they have to do that. So you can almost guarantee that Bitcoin's going to start dropping here. All the cryptocurrencies are going to start dropping when this starts happening. They're probably going to start preparing in advance. So start watching for those things to start dropping before the 22nd. How long will it take to help? I think immediately on the 22nd, if not before, Gary, I have a feeling that you're going to start seeing volume absolutely driving through the roof. That's the other part that I haven't talked about is fundamentally how is this going to help GameStop? It's going to increase the amount of shares that can be traded. That is really advantageous. That's what creates a squeeze, is volume. The more shares that are traded, the more volume that's going to be moved. That's price discovery. More volume means more price. And those are the kind of things that you want to see. You need to see. This is why I've been saying for so long that DRSing your shares is not a good idea, because it reduces the amount of volume that has to be traded on the market. Reducing volume is not a good thing. Reducing the amount of shares that are being lent is not a good thing. Those are the key ingredients that you need to have a squeeze. So by injecting more shares into the market, GME is going to become more liquid and you're going to see volume driving through the roof. This is good. It's going to help it immediately just in volume alone. Yes, Steve. Look on Investopedia, shorts must pay the dividend. This is correct. If they own shares that they are lending, if they're lending shares, they must pay the dividend to the people that they're lending the shares from. This is why lending is so important, guys. I cannot stress it enough. I know we always used to talk about how lending is so terrible. It is. If they're lending your shares, that's terrible. Let institutions lend out their own shares, but don't let them lend out your shares. Hold on to your shares. Make sure your shares are not available for lending. But that doesn't mean go out and DRS your shares so that you can have it, so you lock up the amount of volume that can be traded. Whether or not your institution is lending your shares or not, regardless of whether they're telling you they are or not, is not the case. It doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. Just know that lending is absolutely 100% helpful to making a squeeze occur. Sub Has the Boss says, it sounds like a big mess for brokers. Absolutely. It's going to be a mess. But it's also going to create a lot of liquidity as well at the same time. So you're going to see a lot of movement. Can't they just create more synthetic? Yes. Yes, they can, but it's going to cost them. Nope, they do not. Captain Awesome says, don't they need to do a share count in order to have an accurately give out the dividends? They'll probably do that on the 18th. They don't have to. I mean, they'll probably do it anyways. My guess is that they'll probably do a share count, but the thing is they're only going to get the number that there's a difference between a share count and a share recall. Remember that. There, one actually requires them to pull the shares back that are on loan and actually count all the shares to make sure that their outstanding is correct. That's called a share recall. A share count is when they just go out and say, how many shares are in existence, and they always get back the right number. And even if they didn't get back the right number, it'd be pretty unusual. Yeah, Glenn, we're getting consolidation. This is the same thing every single morning. We get consolidation right around this time. They're definitely trying to drop volume down to 60,000 shares a minute or less. Our last minute here was 108,000, so they're getting it there. Tank Doggy says it'll be after the second. He said it won't be before the second quarter report. So he said sometime after. Brokers will call back from borrowers' shorts. I don't know that to be true. I know a lot of people are thinking that might be the case, that brokers will call back the shares that they're lending. I don't know that it's necessarily the case. Pantheon says, the man, the myth, the legend, Casey Shaw is back. Casey, the GME dividend happens to be exactly 2 weeks from today. Imagine that. It happens. Crazy things. Did Tony D stop streaming? I only see him in other rooms comments as a guest expert. Has he announced any? I'm pretty sure he still streams. I haven't looked to see. I mean, I was on vacation, and to be honest with you, I didn't watch anything while I was on vacation. I just didn't, guys. Believe it or not, I actually went on vacation. I really like. I had a couple people who were sending me DMs and stuff and asking questions, and I was like, "Is this important? Like, do I gotta watch? Do I need to look into it right now? Because otherwise, I'm just gonna wait till I get back." And good morning, by the way, to you, Pantheon, as well. Harry, I see Harry Parrott saying good morning as well. It's not morning for Pantheon. I feel like it's night for him. I feel like he's probably about ready for bed. He's probably not drinking coffee right now. Max Payne is $13, Steven. I don't I don't I don't know, Steve. I don't think that they're going to call back their shares. I don't think that's going to happen. They're making a crap ton of money on loan shares right now. I can't imagine them calling him back, and especially if they know that they're going to have to get paid in shares by those who are lending them. I see that as even more reason to keep them lent out. Maybe I think Tony was on vacation too. The reason I say that is because I saw him post a picture on my Discord, and it looked like he might have gone on vacation as well. Yes, I did read it, Silver Surfer. Did he post another one? He said a little over an hour ago. Let's see, I'll read it again here. I keep getting asked when pounce know this. One, I always keep my word. Two, I've said publicly a pounce would not happen before second quarter 2022 earnings are announced. Three, press release issued today that Q2 earnings to be announced on Thursday, August 4th. Read between those lines. So he's saying it's not going to happen until the Q2. Well, I mean, part of what it is that he's saying right here to me tells me that he's saying that the numbers for the Q2 earnings are going to be pretty. I imagine he's saying they're going to be pretty amazing. Must cover by buying on the open market if a dividend to return borrow. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Paul. If they're going to return shares, they're going to have to return 4 times or 3 times the amount, right? They're gonna for every share that they have on borrow, they're going to have to return 3 more. So it's going to suck for them. Any short interest that's out, everything that they've borrowed, they're going to have to return in multiples. Mm, I just don't see it happening, Brian. But if they did call the shares back, they could reloan them at a higher rate. The rate would probably go down if they recall their shares because there'd be a bunch of shares back in. Remember, utilization is a factor in rate. So the higher the amount of utilization there is, the lower the rate. So that's again another reason why I can't imagine that they're getting amazing rates right now. So why recall the shares? It's like I'm saying, why would you recall your shares when you're getting amazing rates for them? Like, when do you get? I don't even know. I don't even know what the rate is. Hold on a second. Let me pull it up here on GME. I don't even know what the rate is, but I'm sure it's just ridiculous. The cost to borrow is probably through the roof. Hold on a second. I'm pulling it up. Give me a second. Yeah, 35%. They're getting 35% right now as the average. The cost to borrow average on GME is 35%. Why would you call those shares back and knock your cost to borrow down huge amounts and then start lower? Like just continue to keep on charging high amounts and demand more shares back. We got about 4 more minutes, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers. Don't loaners of GME need to recall or they won't get the... No, that is not true. Uh, the lenders of GME will receive back 4 for every 1 share or 3 more additional shares on top of every share that they have lent out. It'll be the requirement of those who are lending the shares to return the additional shares. Um, I don't know about that part, Jenna. I'm not sure about the taxation on that. I'm not a tax expert. Had HYMC? Oh yeah, you're right. HYMC had fallen underneath a dollar. I didn't even notice. Um, James, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by the question. What would happen if people who do options? Oh, it'll get recalculated for the I'm not an options expert. First off, I got to tell you, I'm really just not. I'm not, but I'm pretty sure that they'll get recalculated based off of the new numbers. But I'm not an options expert, so I'd probably point you to somebody who knows more about options. But they'll get recalculated. Yeah, like Slider saying 100 strike price becomes 25. That's exactly right. Everything will just be recalculated. It's not a it just changes the calculations. It doesn't really change it doesn't change the positions at all. So right now, as it stands, guys, we're kind of having a hard time breaking 1287, which is a level of resistance. And they did knock down volume here. We're getting about let's see, we're still over 100K a minute, which is good. Because usually they like to drop volume under 60K a minute to manipulate price more easily. But we're still holding over 100K a minute, which is not a great number, but it's not bad either. It's 441, Big Tramp. So there's two different ways to say it, like 3-1 or 441. So in other words, like if I were to say you're getting 3-2-1, it means that you're getting 4 in total for every one that you have. Or another way to say it is 441. So if you have 1, you're going to have 4. Or 3-1 means you're going to be issued 3 for every one share that you have, which is 4. It's just kind of it's two different ways to say it. So there's gonna be if I, it depends on how I word it. I could change it to say 441, or I could just put 3-2-1. It's a 3-1 issuance, or you're getting a total of 4 for every one that you own. Oh, Doug said it, guys. Doug said I've been holding a secret. Doug says, Casey, I'm glad you're back. Today was the blood work for the genetics and the revealing of the baby, so I wasn't here this morning. Everything is well. I didn't say it. Doug said it. Congratulations to Doug. I'll toast him at the end of the day today. I couldn't do it. Let's see. I gotta write it down, otherwise I'll forget. We'll toast out to the announcement of Doug. Doug, his wife, is expecting. Congratulations to you and your wife. I couldn't say anything before. Doug actually did tell me before, but I was sworn to secret secrecy, so I didn't say anything. But he said it this time. I didn't say anything. Samoa, good morning. Doug says, Casey, do you think this GME will go below 100 to make up price action for split kind of rug pull thoughts? I don't know. I mean, I tend to think that you're going to see a lot of FOMO buying for people trying to get in on the idea that they're going to be getting more shares issued to them. Obviously, if it's a 3-1, it's going to cut the cost or the value. It's not going to cut the value. It's going to to change the value to a 4-to-1 split, right? So you're going to see quarters, right? So divide whatever number it's at by 4, and that's going to be the new price. I think that there's going to be a lot of people buying in anticipation of getting additional shares, especially if they think that they're going, if there's potential squeeze factor in the future. So I tend to think we're going to see price moving upwards in anticipation for that. And I know that it's like, what are we, 2 weeks out from it? So I don't know. I think we'll I think it's going to improve. But I'm okay with being wrong. I mean, I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm just saying that if I end up being wrong, I end up being wrong. But it's I missed it. All right, guys, it's past time to check the numbers. Doug, not a problem, man. I'm happy for you and your wife. I think it's really cool. James, what did you say? I'm trying to look to see what you said earlier, to see if I missed something. Are waiting to stick it to them by not giving to them liquidity all day. Flutter. I'm not sure what you're saying, James. All right, guys, let me get to the numbers here, and we'll run through the numbers real quick. Check everything out. Let me just move a couple things real fast. Log into Fidelity, and we'll take a look at our numbers. If you guys don't have two-factor authentication for your broker, you may want to consider it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You would not want to have that ruined by somebody accessing your account that shouldn't access your account. Never hurts to be prepared for anything. I am logged in, so it's time to take a look at the numbers. I will not be able to see what you guys are writing from here on forward. If I haven't read it already, you may have to repeat it again, as I will not have seen it. Let's take a look at these numbers real quick and see what's going on. We are going to do, since this is the first run through for the day since market open, we're going to go through everything. Price prediction tallies, those are the numbers from last week, guys. Monty and I were pulling up the caboose, pulling up the caboose of this train with some really crappy numbers. Eric won the week clearly last week. I'm doing price predictions for the day today and tomorrow with the guys, but it's just going to be 2 days, so we'll have low numbers. But short exempt volume, I want you guys to see that number was at 463.1 thousand shares yesterday. That is massive. I'm going to show you some numbers here in a minute. There's some pretty amazing numbers that I think you guys should be aware of. And we'll get to the good stuff here in a moment. Day-over-day price increase was actually a decrease of 1.64%. Max Pain right below me here is $13 for the day. And let's take a look at our off-exchange numbers. Normally, by this time in the morning, I would expect about 44% in the off-exchange and the EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Since we switched to the Russell 1000, that number for the EDGX has been much, much lower. And I'm going to have to kind of gauge those a little bit throughout time and get like a better average for what a normal day looks like. But you can see that most days end somewhere between 9 and 10%. So let's see what we're at currently. Holy moly, those numbers are through the roof. Okay, there is a lot of off-exchange trading going on right now, guys. This is pretty spectacular. We got 64.63% between those two. Did I add that right? Hold on a second. That can't be right. That is right. 50.24 in the man, I cannot do my calculator this morning. In the off exchange, and then 14.39 in the EDGX, which is really high. That's both of those two numbers are extremely high from what we're used to seeing first thing in the morning. I would say normally like 54, so it's like 10% more volume through the off exchange today, right now, than usual. That's extremely high. That means there's a lot of price suppression going on right now. Taking a look at institutional share ownership an hour ago, or sorry, not an hour ago. Earlier this morning, it was 190.137 million, which is exactly the same as it was last Friday when I went on vacation, and it has not changed. I don't expect to see this number start changing until next week, the end of next week. That's when the Q2 reports or 13Fs are supposed to be filed, and that's probably when we'll start seeing those numbers changing a little bit. Moving to the top right-hand side of the screen, taking a look at Ortex data. Borrowed change, 2.04 million shares having been loaned. That's going to have an increasing effect on the short interest of the free float, which is at 17.93%. Cost of borrow average is 13.39. The max is at 16.65, and the min it's 10.18. Shares on loan currently at 139.89 million. We'll take a look at some of these numbers here in just a little bit. There's some interesting things going on with these numbers. And moving down to the options, let's give that a refresh. Last week, our highest level of call volume was at a $14 strike price. Today, it's at 13. And there's currently 9.7 thousand contracts. Now, I normally feel like 3,000 to 4,000 contracts in the first half hour of trading is normal. So this is like 3 times that amount, which is really, really, really high. Highest amount of volume for puts is currently at a $12.50 strike price, which is down $1 from last week. There's currently 1.6 thousand contracts. That's a very, very large difference between puts and calls and volume. And market kind of signaling for maybe like a 1275 close for the day today. With 13 being max pain for the week. Let me move a couple screens over and we'll take a look at some of that Ortex data a little bit more closely, and I'll see if I can't excite you guys just a tad. I think there's some pretty neat things going on with those numbers. All right, taking you guys over to the stat screen here for Ortex. I'm going to pull up, first of all, I'm going to pull up the utilization. There's your 100% for 103 straight trading days. This is the part that I'm going to excite you with. On loan amount is still dropping. You're like, wait, why is that exciting? I'll show you. The on loan average age per day did find a bottom, but then started to drop some more. Let me zoom in on this just a tad bit here so you can see what's happening. Now I want you to notice that, let me zoom out just a tad. I want you to notice that we found a drop on the on loan average age per day, and while the amount of shares that were on loan was still decreasing, that value started trending back up. What does that mean? It means that they're closing out newer positions, not old positions, right? And we had 2 days worth of upwards movement, which means that I start my timer right here. This is the indicator that I look at very religiously because it is so accurate in predicting a big price change incoming. 15 business days. That's how long it takes when we see a bottom on this. That is a bottom from this point right here, from 90.41 down to 80.24. 15 business days from the day that it hit the bottom, which was July 1st. So we've got 5, 10, 15 trading days would be the 22nd, plus 1 day because we had one holiday, July the 4th. So the 25th of July is the key target date that we should see a big price improvement. Now, what I want you to notice is that there's a double dip on this. So we're going to have more than one price improvement. There's going to be more than one big price adjustment upwards. It dipped again. Day over day, it went from 82.42 down to 73.24, which means that they closed really super old loans. And the reason that I say it was loans and not short interest is because of this. If you pull up the Ortex short share interest of the free float, the estimated amount of short interest that changed day over day was not that big of a change. It went from 17.88 to 17.77. So even though they returned 2. Let's see. 141 down to 141.35 down to 139.89. So they returned like what? 1.35, 1.5 million shares, right? They returned 1.5 million shares, and most of it was not short interest. It was just really old loans. So these numbers are really looking good to me. I really like what I'm seeing a lot here. Because that means that the short interest is still holding where it's at. We may not see that drop much further from the 17.93 where it's at currently. Look at this. Look at these spikes in security lending volume that are occurring right now. Look at this compared to like where we've been. Let me expand this out just a tad. Definitely a lot of short-term lending going on right now compared to the past. It rescales a little bit. Let me pull back out to June and you can see what some of these spikes currently are looking like compared to the past. It's going to condense these numbers a little bit here. But look at where we're starting to go here. This is prior to June's run up right here. Now let me pull this back up. Hold on a second. This is the numbers right here. Here's like the group of numbers of security lending volume that occurred. Actually, no, let me pull up just a tad bit more. About like that. Here's the numbers right here leading into the June run. The top of the June price movement was like right in here, right? Look at the grouping of numbers right here. Say an average is about there. Oh boy. We are really starting to spike. This is good. This is really, 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 really good. I like what I'm seeing. Failure to delivers are starting to rise as well. No threshold at this time. I'm really liking these numbers though, guys. These look super good to me. Let me show you one more really good number in just a minute. First, we're going to look at GME is the most heavily traded stock according to Fidelity. Number one, with 85% buys to 15% sales. AMC is currently 15th. We have a 50-50 buy to sell ratio. That is, they've got a lot of orders going in GME right now. A lot of orders. Now, the number that's really going to hopefully make you guys bat a couple eyelids. Trigger price for SSR is 1131. What I'm going to show you here is short exempt volume. This number spiked. This number spiked right when we had our big price increase and volume increase. We didn't have a really big price increase the day of the volume spike. It was the next day. But we had the big volume spike and price increase on the 26th. And on the 27th, the reporting of short exempt volume rose to 420,000 shares. My key magic number that I'm looking for is 1 million. But look at how much closer these numbers are getting. These numbers are definitely driving up. We're getting close to getting up to that 500 range and starting to hold it. Yesterday, we didn't have any kind of crazy price action. We had 15% less volume and 1.64% less price, but we had 463.1 thousand shares in short exempt volume. That's the highest number, I think, on this entire page. Yeah, since 6/6 of this last month, a month ago, our total short exempt volume was 463.1 thousand shares. That's a lot. And nothing happened. Something's going on. They're doing something. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they did borrow another 100,000 here. And then mainly returns. Another 10,000 out of the ETFs. And then just returns. So I'm just going to call it 100,000 shares additional on top of the 0.95 that we had from this morning. So I'm going to call it 1.05 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. Fees are at 12.7%. A lot of people are going, where are all these available shares coming? Because they're closing out positions, guys. It's really, really simple. The reason these shares are available to borrow is because they've been closing out short interest. When you close out short interest, more shares become available to borrow. That's where they're coming from. We've gone from 195 million shares on loan down to 140, 139? It's a lot. 55 million shares have been returned. It's bullish. 97.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 9.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 31.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 8.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. This number is still under 100K, which is good. I'm not expecting huge results. I know everybody's probably looking at these numbers here going like, holy crap, there's a lot of room for price improvement due to the fact of all these potential out-of-the-money calls. I'm not expecting much out of it. I'm really looking forward to the dates after that because there's not very much derivative action. There's no play. And so they're going to try and generate people into pushing money into options. So I expected these numbers to start rising next week or the week after. If they start raising prices too quickly on the week of 7/15, there could be a lot of out-of-the-money call options that go in the money, which could be dangerous. Not to us, to everyone else. NASDAQ is up 1.27, Dow Jones is up 0.43, S&P 500 is up 0.76. We currently have an on-fire market. This market is looking good. We got 5,116 advancers to 1,618 decliners. This market is hot, hot, hot. The VIX is down 1.95 at 26. IWB is up 0.82. IWD is up 0.74. IWM is up 1.55. Tesla is up 3.42. Amazon is down 0.37. Cinemark is down 0.32. Doge is up 2.47. Bitcoin is up 0.68 and at 20.6K per coin. GME is up 6.77. HYMC up 7.82. Hood is breaking even. NCMI is up 0.45 and AMC is up 1.51. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have $1 million more in inflow than we have in outflow. And volume currently we have 7.98 million or almost 8 million shares having been traded after 51 minutes, which puts us on pace for 61 million shares traded for the day today. Obviously that number is going to come down as the day continues on. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares traded. On the weekly time interval, just looking at the Vortex indicator and RSI, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.37, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.49, which is about average. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.69, which is about average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.12, which is slightly above average. And at a 5-minute interval, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with RSI at 53.01, which is just about average. And with that, oh wait, Ichimoto. Nope, Ichimoto. Hold on 1 second. On the hourly, there's some good-looking things on the Ichimoto, but we really want to see price rise above $13 in order for us to really start becoming um, a decent potential buy signal. And we'd want to see that happen before 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. So my guess is that they'll try to keep us under 13 bucks for sure. But $13 could potentially turn this into a buy signal, as price would be below the cloud, which is okay to buy in. You'd have conversion line above baseline, and you'd have lagging line above price line at 13. But that's going to happen, like I said, within the next hour. On a 4-hour, the data doesn't look nearly as good here. Let me get rid of all this other junk in here. So we still have the conversion line below the baseline, and then we have the lagging line below price line, and the price is below the cloud. Typically speaking, price likes to move down through green and up through red. So the next time we would see a potential breakout through the cloud, and it doesn't mean it can't happen before, but a potential breakout through the cloud would potentially be on Wednesday of next week at the earliest. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Uh, 2 weeks, MCon. Dang, Glenn Miller. I was just reading the new comment there. You know, Savvy, I used to watch a lot of mainstream media. I really did. That was until I realized that it was changing my attitude in general, I think. Um, I think I don't. It's hard to describe, but you know, when you're waiting for the next time that you hear that jingle that tells you that some kind of breaking news is happening, and you just like you're on edge, just waiting for that um, next news story to come breaking through. It's you start to realize, or at least I started to realize that it just wasn't healthy. No problem, James. I understand walking walking in the. I did plenty of walking at the zoo in San Diego and Universal Studios, and man, I'm telling you, my legs are shot. Mac and Bean says my trading view is showing gaps up for AMC. Um, ABC, it's good to be back, man. I mean, let me take a look at it real quick, Mac and Beans. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna get rid of the Bollinger because it's just kind of irritating sometimes. Um, I mean, I could definitely see where you might see some gaps. Um, Especially maybe like in like the 13 to 14 range. 13 maybe 1350 to 1430 range. I could see some gaps there that need to be filled. But oops. I'm gonna say that I feel like we've done an incredible job of filling most of the gaps on the way down. I really feel like most of the gaps have been filled on the way down. At least for a run up to, mid 20s. Maybe low 20s. But I also believe that if we were to hit a 20 price range, uh, there's gonna be some major action. Mm, on what time interval, Adam? Jay says, I can't wait to have a drinky drink with you and the family. I can't wait, man. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a good time. Harry Parrot. That's how I kind of feel. I feel like, I moved over to Reddit a long time ago, and I felt so much more healthier just reading what other people had to say. And I know it's not, you can't go out and bank on just what people are saying, but I felt like there was like a better uh, community effort to provide like real news or at least real commentary about news that's happening around people. And I felt like it just made me like a more informed and better accurately informed person than listening to any kind of mainstream stream media. I believe in the people. I think people do better reporting than news. Corey, you're welcome, man. Anything I can do to help out? If there's data that you need, I'm here for that. I'd love to help provide data to retail if they need data. Um, we're making history here, man. We're making history and we're recording it together. Myself says that Major Action would be a good name for a wrestler. It was called Sergeant Slaughter back in the day, myself. 65 billion in securities sold, not yet purchased at fair value. Yep, remember that, people. 65 billion in securities sold. 65 billion in securities sold, not yet purchased. Pantheon, please share. Where are you getting this information, sir? That's crazy. That's amazingly good. Son of a gun, I didn't save. Oh man, I didn't save this security lending data that I had done. Oh, I know where you're getting that from, Pantheon. You got that from straight from Citadel's from their own filing. I know exactly. I remember that now off the top of my head. I remember exactly. 65 billion was that Citadel statement. Their financials that they listed. You're right. 65 billion in securities sold but not yet purchased. You're absolutely right. It's insane. It's insane how much that. Remember too, Pantheon, that it's not just that it's not yet purchased. It's a fair market value, meaning that they have 65 billion in securities that they have to buy back at fair market value, whatever the market dictates the price should be. Which means that if it's currently based off of what price is, that's how much they owe. But if price rises, they owe a lot more than 65 billion because fair market value is going to say that they owe a lot more. It's going to be, ooh, oh. And the best part about it, I think, Pantheon is that when you look at their books and that they've made 60, that they're basically net zero, that it wipes out every single penny that they are showing as earnings, and that they're really just running net even. That's I think the most encouraging thing that you can see. I totally forgot about that, Pantheon. Thank you. What would you call AMC GME short squeeze movie after MOASS? I feel like this is like a joke set up. Sam, thank you. It's good to be back. And they only had 546 million cash on hand. That's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know what I would call it, Adam. Um, Moonwalker. Um, I don't know. I really don't know what I'd call it. I think I'd have to see what the end of the story is, honestly. Yeah, people are going to do what they're going to do, Ray. It's going to, the one thing that people are going to forget is that, and I'm not trying to give financial or tax advice here, but I think a lot of people are going to forget about the fact that they have long-term capital gains and that they'll have to pay taxes on a sale, right? So if you were to sell out of one position to move to another, that's you're going to have to take. You're probably gonna well, if you took a loss, you wouldn't have to pay anything, but if you made it, a change like that, um, and you made money on GME, then you probably would have to pay the difference. Or sorry, I said that wrong. You're going to have to pay short-term capital gains on anything that you make through GME because you've probably held those shares on AMC. I would imagine at least a year now because most of us have bought in at least by a year ago from now. So unfortunately, maybe there might be a lot of people who'd be forgetting about those capital gains taxes. So, the whole mantra behind buy and hold is that, it's really the holding that causes everything. I'll tell a story. Be straight up and honest with you guys. I had 2 shares of GME when I first got into this. I bought in at like, I think it was $325 a share when I bought into GME, and so it was like a total of 650 bucks. And it's all I had in just liquid cash at the time that I was going to be putting in. But I was waiting for some funds to settle before I could buy some more shares. And so I originally bought into to GME with those 2 shares, and I was planning on buying the rest with GME. But then I started doing the research, and when I decided that I would rather have a position in AMC, I changed my mind. Further on down the line, I sold those 2 shares for 250 bucks a piece. So I took a $150 loss on those 2 shares, and I bought more AMC shares. I wish I hadn't had done that. I really wish I hadn't done that. And the reason that I say that is not because I took a loss. Who cares about the loss? It's because I wasn't buying and holding. And that's when you understand the principles behind what makes the squeezes work. It's the buying and holding that really makes all of this work. And that's not what I was doing. And I regret it. I know it was only 2 shares, and you're probably going like, "Who cares? It was 2 shares." It matters to me. It matters to me because the principle was we're in this to buy and hold because we're trying to make something happen. If you're doing the opposite of what it is that you're supposed to do to make something happen, then you're not doing your part to make it happen. So your conviction needs to be your conviction. My conviction was broken because of those 2 shares that I sold. And I wish I could take that back. I really wish I could have. It was a really long time ago, even prior to the June move, when I sold those shares. I'm pretty sure. Well, no, I guess it would have had to have been after. I'm pretty sure it was. I don't know. I don't remember when it was, but I know it was. I'm pretty sure we were like around. I did it right when we were like a $13.75 or $14 like price close, and I wanted to see us hit 14. And I really wanted to just buy some more shares so they could help us push us to that 14 level or something like that, and so I sold them. But I really wish I could have taken it back too, though. Oh, I like that blood, sweat, and bananas. That's a pretty good one. Ethan says the bigger short. Margin call deuce. We could call it margin call part due. Now my question was setting up a trap with options, people buying and U.S. Or us retailers wanting to buy at low price when hedge funds short weight save. You got to take out the. I can't read your stuff, James, when you put in all this. The hands and the face and stuff's like I can't read it. Save liquidity for double shares. I think what you're trying to say is avoid the options and go for shares, and I think that's always a great strategy. And a lot of people, I think, will be telling others that in order to get a squeeze, you have to have a gamma, and I would say that for almost all situations, this would be true. Almost always. There's been a change since November where hedge funds have been out of this game for a while. And the people controlling price have been our brokers. So I think there's a little bit of a different situation going on now, and I don't think that options are necessarily the right play to make anymore. I definitely think it can help it out, Balaclava. I do. I do think it's going to help it out. Don't worry about it, James. It's all good. I mean, you can put them in there. It's just harder for me to read. Superfan, that's what I love about this, right? Like knowing that you're a part of something epic like this. Oh, I love that stuff. This is why I think, recording in history that we're doing this. I think it's so cool. You can point back to it and say, I did that. That's why I bought my first 2 shares of GME in the very first place. I just wanted to be a part of it and say, like, I did that. I was there. I did something. And yeah, I was on the back side of it, but I don't care. I wanted to be a part of it. I've been saying for a long, long time the hedge funds needed to go. I have a little bit different viewpoint than I used to have. But since my first experience with hedge funds back in 2000, I've been saying that since then, that I wanted hedge funds to disappear. I can't even read that myself. I'm like, I can't even. I'm not even gonna try. Blake says Adam Aaron's tweet got me jacked to the teats. Glenn's going for bananas, pineapple pizza. Sammy Boy says, win perfectly popcorn. I don't know. It's a great question, Sammy, but maybe that's what the big news is going to be. I guess we'll have to wait and see. I did, Sammy Boy. I had a good time. I'll tell you what, though, my legs hurt big time. I feel like Jay should be proud of me. It felt like I had ridden my Peloton, but I didn't. I just walked a lot. Okay, so it's 4-4-1, Sam. It's a 3-to-1 split, but it's a 4-4-1. So in other words, for every one share that you're owning, you're getting three more in addition. Yeah, Glenn, be careful. I know somebody deleted your text there or your message there, and I think it was because it seemed like it might have been tax advice. Be really careful, Glenn, not to do that. You don't want to be giving out tax advice unless you're licensed. Jay said, "Yeah, Casey." So, all right, so check this out, Jay. My son Bradley came from San Francisco. You know, he's in the Air Force. He came down and he's like, I'm gonna pay for you to go to get a membership to work out at a club for 6 months as your birthday present. And I was like, you know what, son, I've got everything that it is that I need to start working out right now from home and at the club. We've got a community club down here. I'm like, I got everything I need. I really don't need that. And I said, but I understand what he's telling me. My son's saying, Dad, you need to start working out again. So he's looking out for me. So it's kind of like it's like a margin call to me, Jay. I got my margin. I'm exceeding my margins. I'm exceeding my margins here, so I need to start paying out. And it sounds like calories is going to be the way I'm paying. So I'm gonna get back on it, Jay. It's gonna happen. I need to. It's funny because I was sitting there. He was asking me. He said, "I want to do a triathlon with you a year from now." And so I was like, "All right." I think he wanted to do an Ironman, and I was like, "Dude, there's no way I'm gonna be ready for an Ironman in a year from now." But and I wasn't ready for it when I was doing them like borderline professional. So so but yeah, I'm gonna definitely start working out again here. Margin calls are in. Alex, I wouldn't look at it as synthetic shareholder as a term. I would think of it as every person who owns shares, whether they are IOUs by your broker or not, means you get the shares. You will be given everybody will be getting the 3-to-1 split, uh, or 4-for-1, I should say. That's two different ways to say it. James, that is so funny. Ah, okay. Thank you for the update there, Pantheon. I appreciate that. Perfect Popcorn was for September, but was pushed back to Q4. Matt says Ichimoto Cloud, $13 was the magic number for the 1 hour. But it's going to have a very tight window, though. Don't forget. Who said that? Who said it? Matt, check this out. I'm going to stop reading what you guys are writing here for just a second while I show this, but let's look at that Ichimoto cloud that Matt's bringing up here because the magic number was really like $13. The problem is that now that we're moving above $13, we're moving into the cloud. So we really have to escape the cloud in order for this to really become a big buy, right? So, and the cloud top is 1344. So you could see price stall out inside the cloud, and you may even see some selling going on once it goes into the cloud because there may be day traders who saw an opportunity to start buying it at maybe like 1280 maybe, and then once they see price stalling out in the middle of the cloud, they may start selling off a little bit. So it'll be like, but if price can continue to drive upwards and remain above 1344, we could see a good push today. We did have we touched the top side of the Bollinger Band here. Price did come back down towards the simple moving average, but never quite made it and it's got more pressure to buy again. So it's looking very, very strong. Volume is decent. We're still maintaining most of these minutes here over 100K per minute, which is good volume. Not great, but it's not bad. All right, let's see what else you guys are writing. I'm going to scroll back up to where Matt said what he said. Casey Shaw, what are your thoughts on the Fed using 500 billion of the repo to unwind the banks? Was that an announcement that was made? ABC said, Casey, it looks like a pump to sell options. It's possible. Remtac says, what? Remtac, it's good to see you, man. What is this weird color on my screen? That's pretty funny, bud. It's very, very possible, ABC, about the pump to sell options. I would say I'll pass and take a handshake instead. That's what I would say myself. What a weird image. Mac and Bees, I think we have a pretty good group of people here as well. Really good group. To be honest with you guys, like, and and I'm not really. This is gonna sound like I'm like dogging on other channels and stuff, but I legit like enjoy the conversations that are had in here way more than I do just about anywhere else. I mean, it's a good group of people, and where these people go, I think that I tend to see that that they're a good group of people wherever they go. So if I go to like Pantheon's channel or I go to Tony's channel or whoever's channel I go to and I see these same people or these same names, I think y'all are good people. And I like what I like the atmosphere you guys provide. Jeff is saying, "I'm telling you, Casey, it works. Apple cider vinegar with the mother, 1 tablespoon lemon juice, 1 tablespoon, and a sweetener like an electrolyte powder. Drink while you're doing your workout." I've had that suggestion on multiple occasions. I actually wrote it down somewhere in my notes. I'm gonna write it down again here just in case. I know I put it in my notes somewhere before, but Captain Awesome said yes, it was part of the Fed report yesterday, along with the 75 base point hike. Interesting. I had not read that, Captain. Wow. What do I think about it? Hold on a second. That's what I think about it. Let me refresh something real quick here. I just want to see the reverse repo numbers because I feel like, okay, so Wednesday they were down to 2.168 trillion. I don't know, guys. This is out of hand. This trillions of dollars in the reverse repo is just absolutely getting out of hand. I just feel like there's a lot of really informed people. I don't know if you feel that way too or not, Pantheon, but I really feel like there's a lot of, and I know I see these same names in your chats as well. So I know the smart guys know who to find. Because I've watched where they go. It sounds so weird to say stuff like this though, guys, because I feel like I'm just propping you guys up here, and that's not what I'm trying to do. I mean, I really do think that the conversation or the intelligence level of things that are said here are much higher than other places you go. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to be rude to other people, but it's just much higher intelligence levels. Yes, Glenn, I have free Wi-Fi too. Would you like some free Wi-Fi, Glenn? Glenn just now realizing I'm actually in the van. I love it. I love it every time somebody realizes I'm actually in the van. It just makes me happy. My wife's like, I think you need to show your face more. I'm like, no, no, I really don't. The van's way cooler. Glenn's saying volume's going to be increasing here, huge amounts in 4 minutes. Less than that, it actually already happened. We had two different volume spikes in the 300 range. I mean, it's just how I feel, Sammy, and I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I'm just like I'm not just saying it just to say it. It's just that's how I feel. Like I literally go to like other. I don't. I'm not going to say which channels, but I go to other channels and I watch, and I don't know. I feel like it makes me dumber. There are certain channels. I'm not going to say which ones, but there are certain channels that I'll go watch, and I just go like I legit feel like I'm getting like I'm losing brain cells as I'm reading the comment section. It does. I don't feel that way here. You guys legit are a much more. I don't know. Maybe it's because you guys are older. I don't know what it is, but something. It's different. Pantheon says faces are overrated. Mine is. It's definitely overrated. James says, Casey, mark my words. I think JP Morgan or Bank of America, somebody's going down. JP Morgan playing games with us, but we should be victorious. Justice squeeze into the heavens and I think he was going to say go. Let's go. I agree. I really do think that JP. I've been saying for a long time that I think Bank of America is going to be one of the first ones to go. But JP Morgan's definitely got their dirty little paws into a lot of different things right now, and there's definitely room to believe that they've got some shady things happening. Remtax says, "Oh, some of the other channels while Casey was gone, the things people said, I couldn't believe. I was speechless." I know, man. That's how I feel. Every time I go there, I want to say things, and I'm like, I bite my tongue, and I just don't say anything. I'm like, I just can't do it. I don't have the heart. I don't have the heart to speak out. I don't know. I try to be kind. If anything, guys, when you do go to other channels and you see misinformation, and you want to try to correct it, be kind. Above all else, be kind to everybody. Remember that there are people out there that just don't know answers to things, and understand and just be kind. Remember that we have nobody else on our side. It's us against everybody. So if you're gonna say anything, like do it in a gentle manner. Don't go beating in heads and tell them, saying like, no, you're wrong. Like just be kind. Yeah, we're definitely seeing an uptick in volume for sure right now. We got about one more minute here, guys. I'm gonna start taking a look at the numbers again. Mac and Bees says everyone is asking if meme stocks can still squeeze even though the scenario has only gotten better for a squeeze. Yeah, I agree. Some of the numbers are looking really, really strong for squeeze potential. So to be asking that it maybe it's a potential uh, on the fence new investor to the play and may not really be sure about what's going on. Who knows? I try not to be disparaging about questions like that, just because I don't know what the person's story is. I don't know where they're from or what they've seen, what they've done, what they know. All right, I'm writing it down right now, Pantheon. Episode number 146. I am watching it. Oh no, my dry erase pen is starting to dry out. Isn't that ironic? It's trying a dry erase. Sorry, slow humor. I'm still getting, my mind is still coming back from vacation, guys. The humor, it's really shallow right now. Give me a chance to kind of like liven up a little bit. I'm gonna need these 2 days to just kind of get back into the roll of things. Yeah, day traders and scalpers are about to exit. It's close, right? 1340 would have been that target number that I was saying that we would have needed to break, and it didn't break it. So very good likelihood of that. All right, I'm reading to the end here, guys, and I'm going to see. Thank you, Beth. I appreciate the comment. Chrismo says that humor is not very moist. Uh, jeez. Thick says spin on it. All right. Let me spin on my pen here. All right. Let me take a look at the numbers, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and log into Fidelity real quick here, and we'll cover everything and see what's happening. Let's see. We had we did drop down in price back down to the simple moving average, and we're just kind of following that along right now. Let me take you guys over to the other screen real quick here. Oh, that was not what I meant to do. Wrong buttons. There we go. See, still trying to get into the hang of things here. Here, I started playing the music for the end of the day. It's not over yet. You can't go. Alrighty. Let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. Right next to me here. I think I'm pointing at it. Let's see. I don't even know which way I'm pointing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right here next to me. Off exchange. Taking a look at the off exchange here. Let's see. We've got 50.24 an hour ago and 14.39 for the EDGX. Let's give that a refresh. 53.25 and 13.09. I would expect normally about 49% by this time of the morning in the off exchange, so we're high. And the EDGX to be somewhere around 11 to 12%, so that's high by about 1%. So adding those two numbers together, we're about 2.34% higher than what we would normally see by the end of a day. So a little bit high, not terribly. So it's much, much more aggressive this morning. Refreshing Ortex's data, as of an hour ago, there was 2.04 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 2.47. That is going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 17.89%. Actually, that may not, I don't think that's really much of a change. Cost bar average is at 13.37 and the max is at 16.65. Min 10.18. For those of you who are just joining for the day today, shares on loan is 139.89 million shares when we had a high of 195 million shares not too long ago, putting us at, what is that, 60, is that 65 million? No, yeah, 65, no wait, I can't math. 55 million shares having been returned in the last just a little over a week and a couple days. Let's see, moving on to the options. Highest amount of call volume at a $13 strike price. An hour ago, there was 9.7 thousand contracts. There is now 18.7. It's doubled. Extremely high. 18.7 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume at a $12 strike price, which is down 50 cents from what it was an hour ago. It went from 1.6 thousand contracts to 3.7. There's like a 6-to-1, almost a 6-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts, and signaling for a 12.50 closing price by the end of the day today. Earlier we saw a 12.75. Options were kind of signaling for a 12.75 close. So it's kind of an unusual. Price is rising, but options are signaling for a lower price closing by the end of the day. So the idea that ABC had mentioned, I think that this was an options trap, could be very, very true. Taking a look at highest most traded stocks on Fidelity, GME is number 1. They currently have an 85% buy to 15% sell ratio. AMC is currently in 14th with a 49% buy to 51% sell ratio. There's going to be a lot of people that make some mistakes on trading, potentially switching. That's going to be their prerogative, but I think they'll find out that that may not, short term, that may end up being advantageous to them, but long term, it may not necessarily be. Trigger price for SSR is $11.31. Shares available to borrow. It looks like they did borrow an additional 400,000 shares out of the available amount and only returns in the ETFs. That's going to put us at 1.45 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day, which is definitely very high. Fees are at 12.7%. There's 85.9 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 21.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. 34.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 5.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 1.73, Dow Jones is up 0.94, and S&P 500 is up 1.21. We currently have 5,305 advancers to 1,487 decliners. This market is cooking with bacon grease. It's good to go. She's looking pretty hot right now. The VIX is down 3.37. IWB is up 1.3. IWD is up 1.25. IWM is up 2.26. Tesla up 4.23. Amazon up 0.59. Cinemark up 0.39. Doge is down up 2.36. Bitcoin is up 1.65 at 20.8K per coin. GME is up 8.13. HYMC up 5.36. Hood is up 2.26. NCMI is up 0.55 and AMC is up 5.51%. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have $2 million more of inflow than outflow, with volume at 14.04 million shares having been traded after 99 minutes. That puts us at 55.34 million share average pace. Currently, it was 60 an hour ago, and I suggested in pre-market we would see somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares traded for the day-to-day. So I think we're on pace for that right now, as it stands. Even with volume increasing, I still think we're on pace for that. On the weekly, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.25, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.5, which is average. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.29, which is above average and almost signaling for overbought. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure. I think it's hard to say on this one. It could be equal amounts of buying and selling pressure, with RSI at 74.37, which is signaling overbought on a 30-minute interval. On a 5-minute interval, we have RSI at 70.07, which is signaling overbought and more buying pressure than selling pressure. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. Geraldo, I do think that a run is coming. Not necessarily today, but I do think that a run is in the works. Mortgage security lending, we can take a look at it. MBB is down 0.09, VMBS is down 0.24, SPY is up 1.17. So an inverse relationship. One thing that I have not taken a look at in a hot minute is the Fed's worksheet. Let's take a look at that real quick, shall we? Let's see. I think we have June 30th data. What's the asterisk mean? Current release. Okay. I think we have June 30th data. So let's see what they're doing as far as the Feds, what they're doing buying versus selling. Actually, I don't know why I just did it that way. Change from week end. The Feds on mortgage-backed securities sold 10 billion. They sold 10 billion in mortgage-backed securities. Let's see what that looks like week over week. Yeah. The week prior they had bought 14 billion. So they bought 14 billion and then sold 10 of the 14 that they had previously purchased. How about the week before that? Yep. 9 billion they had purchased. And on the 9th they had zero change. So there was no change on the 9th. So I'd say since at least the 9th, let's look at the second. For this month so far, there was a return of 20 billion. So netting the total amount, it looks like they've had about 10 billion more in roughly 10 billion more in selling action on mortgage-backed securities than they've had in buying. But most of the current data shows that they're buying, except for this. I always wait till the star gets removed before I start counting because I've seen the numbers change afterwards. Caitlin says lots of houses going up for sale. I get weekly reports for home sales in my neighborhood. I don't remember who I have that through, but what I will say, Caitlin, is that I agree. A lot of homes are starting to go up for sale. A lot of people trying to get out of their homes right now. Hedge Trimmer 10 says I've opened a short position on the housing market. I could understand why. I mean, right? If the Fed's gonna continue to raise rates, who's gonna be able to afford it, right? Nobody's getting pay raises, not enough to be able to afford these rates. So housing's gonna go down. The amount of home loans that start getting foreclosed on is gonna start going up. I mean, there's just gonna be there's gonna be a lot of reduction in the housing market. So I mean, I'm not saying I disagree. You got that. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson resigns but will stay on until new leader is chosen. Wow. I wonder if he doesn't want to be a part of what's about to happen. Maybe he sees the writing on the wall and he's just kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna check out on this. Glenn says home prices have fallen 22% or so in the last few months. I think it's a little bit of both. I think, Danny. I think it's more. I think it's more so the first part, but they want to get out before their houses are under. It was over scandals that he resigned. Okay, I'm not keeping track of them. Demand is going to drop off, so prices will fall off. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not telling you guys to do this, but if I was in a position to sell my house, collect the money, and live in a situation where I was renting right now, to where I could get back in on the market when prices were lower, I would do it. That's what I would do. What makes me angry is they disturbed all the wildlife habitats, and now we look at nothing but slab concretes. Savvy, oh man, I can't even. And it could stay like that for like 5 or 10 years. Hopefully less than 10, but at least 5. I've seen it before. 14. Wow, earlier this morning, Glenn, I had only heard of 2. Sammy says very risky, Casey. I don't know if it's risky. I don't think selling a house and living renting uh, is risky, but it is not necessarily ideal, right? Like if you got kids and they go into excuse me, and they live in a certain school district, and you want to keep them in the same school district, renting a place is not nearly as much fun as it is as owning your own home. So, it only really fits very specific people to be able to just sell your house whenever you want to, and live in an apartment for a while, waiting for the market to correct itself. But I don't see it as very risky. With interest rates going up the way that they are, I don't see anything risky about it at all. In fact, I think it's pretty doggone smart. I mean, you'd have to do the math, right? Because obviously, when prices get low again, or when they return to low, when there's lower values on homes, you're going to have to try and figure out. So, for example, just to kind of give you an idea of what it is I'm talking about, Sammy, my house value in Arizona dropped by half. It was actually slightly more than half, but we'll just say half. I went from ownership of a $300,000 house down to 150 in probably like less than a year's time. So if you have to pay, if you have to go from, like, say for example, like a 3% interest rate, 3 to 6% interest rate versus a 9% interest rate, or maybe you can still finagle an 8% interest rate. I don't know. Considering the fact that you can get a home at half price, I think it's worth it. I'll take the extra few points easily. I will easily take the extra few points um, and jump into a house that's twice as nice as the one that I left. If all I have to do is wait a year or two. If I didn't have kids. Oh, no, 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 no. No, yeah, no. I'm not saying that at all, Sammy. No, 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 no. That's not what I'm saying at all. Yeah, Sub has a boss says, "Wow." I don't know if you're referencing the, I don't know if the wow is in reference to my $300,000 house going down to 150, but that was back in 2008. Yeah, it is. I understand that, KL. I get it. I know it costs money and it's not going back to you and it's not in your pocket, but the difference is how much you can save on a place, right? Like, say for example, let's say you left and you didn't have any house, you didn't have a house. Let's say you sold your house, you made a couple hundred grand. Let's say 200 grand, right? Well, let's say even less. Let's just say you make 100 grand on your house, right? You leave, you sell, you go stay in an apartment, you just start paying the same amount that you're paying in house into an apartment, right? So you're not appreciating any money into your own pocket. But 2 years from now, your house that you were living in is now worth half the price. And you could move back in for half the price. If you had a $300,000 house, you made 100 grand on it because you bought it for 2 and you sold it for 3, and then you come back and you can now buy it for $150,000. Your loan is now $50,000 on that with that $100,000 you had. When before you were paying on a $200,000 loan. So you tell me what's better. I think it's financially, living in a house, living in an apartment complex for 2 years to knock my payments from a $200,000 loan to a $50,000 loan makes a lot of sense. But you have to be willing to sacrifice for 2 years living in an apartment complex, which does suck. It may not even be 2 years. It might be just a year. I don't know. It depends how long it takes to drop. Or you could do the exact opposite of that. Instead of buying your same house for $50,000 and opposed to the 200,000, you can go out and you buy yourself a $500,000 house instead of a $300,000 house at half price. So for $50,000 more with 100,000 down, for a $150,000 loan, you're getting almost twice the house. It's another way to look at it. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a break. El Doge, I think that's so funny, man. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. Gary says you buy the smaller house and turn it into a rental later after you move out. That's right. You go back, you rebuy your house for less money, you turn it into a rental, and you go out and buy yourself a nice house. It's bigger, and you start collecting enough money off that one house just to pay off for your payments on your current new house. It's bigger and better. And then guess what? Congratulations, you're now a slumlord. You just graduated to slumlord of one property. Welcome to welcome to Monopoly. This is how you play the game. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna take off for break here. I'll see you guys back here at 11, and I know that music was a little more spicier than usual, but I think there's a switch those up. I feel like um, I think it was a little bit better than some of the other music I had prior to vacation. If you guys just can't stand it, we'll change it again. Um, I actually did I did the whole rental property thing for a little while, and I got to tell you guys that like it can be rewarding, and it can be the worst thing that's ever happened to you at the same time. So you know, if you guys are ever thinking about going down that road, and we can talk about this kind of stuff later, but if you're ever thinking about going down that road of property ownership and rental of a home, um, do some deep searching and diving into what all is involved in that, because it's not as easy as it sounds, especially if you're going to do the maintenance. But it can make you some money. Just depends on the market. Apes R Us, it's good to be back, man. Glenn Miller says rental properties are they can be a very big risk. Alrighty, guys, I'm out. I will see you after my break in about 35 minutes.
Hey, you're currently listening to 92 Elm on Upbeat. This is one of hundreds of tracks that you can access and download when you upgrade to Upbeat Premium.
Hi folks, Johnny Boyle here. It's a privilege to see the brilliant content you're creating with my music. If you're enjoying Upbeat, why not go premium? I guarantee you won't look back.
All right, I have a confession. So, we go on the tram ride at Universal Studios. And we're sitting on the tram ride. And I don't want to give away anything in case anybody hasn't been there and they want to go and they don't want, spoiler alerts. But there is an attraction. They have a couple different spots where you stop and you see different attractions along the way as they're doing the tour of the studios. And one of the last ones on the ride right now is one that was it's a Vin Diesel um, attraction, and I'm gonna say, I was listening to that music as I was sitting here waiting for the song to end. Um, I am not a Vin Diesel fan. That's it. That's what I have to confess. I'm not a Vin Diesel fan. Never have been, never will be. And having to listen to the end of that song just reminded me of how much I absolutely did not like Vin Diesel or his little presentation that they have set up at Hollywood's Universal Studios. Terrible. Everything else was good though. It was just terrible. Let me log into Fidelity and we'll take a look at the numbers. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you might want to consider getting it. It could prevent you from having problems with your broker and your account when it comes time to MOASS. Better to be safe than sorry. Alrighty, taking you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until I'm done reading off the numbers, so hold your thoughts directly to me. Alrighty. First things first, off exchange. 53.25 an hour ago and 13.09 in the EDGX. Let's see what they are now. 54% going through the off exchange and 12.23 going through the EDGX for combined total of 66.23, which is about 2.23% higher than normal. Taking a look at the taking a look at Ortex data. An hour ago, there was a total of 2.47 million shares having been borrowed. It is now a return of 194,000 shares. That's going to have a decreasing effect on the short share interest of the free float to 17.71%. Cost to borrow average is at 13.16, and cost to borrow max is 16.65, and CTB min is at 10.18. Shares on loan for those of you just joining for the day-to-day is at 139.89 million. That's down that 55 million shares from 195 we had a couple weeks back. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call options at a $13 strike price. An hour ago, there was 18.7 thousand contracts. There's now 22.9. On the puts, highest amount of options are open at a $12 strike price. There was 3.7 an hour ago. There is now 5.1. 4-to-1 in volume. Market signaling for a 12.50 close for the day-to-day. GME is number one, highest most traded stock on Fidelity, with an 84% buy to 16% sell ratio. AMC coming in ninth. We have a 43% buy to 57% sell ratio. SSR triggers at $11.31. Shares borrowed in the last couple hours. Looks like they did borrow another 200,000 shares. 200,000 there, and out of the ETFs, just 1,000 shares. So I'm just going to count the 400,000 shares. No, sorry, 200,000 shares that they borrowed in the last hour, putting them at 1.65 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day. The fee is at $12 or 12.7% rather. Out of the money calls, 78.7 thousand contracts, 28.7 thousand contracts are in the money. Out of the money puts, 36.4 thousand contracts to 3.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. The NASDAQ is up 1.89, Dow Jones is up 0.89, and the S&P 500 is up 1.22. The market is on fire, cooking with bacon grease, with 5,217 advancers to 1,611 decliners. The VIX is down 3.07, IWB is up 1.29, IWD is up 1.19, IWM up 2.27, Tesla is up 4.52, Amazon is up 1.54, Cinemark is up 2.33, Doge is up 2.46, Bitcoin is up 1.76, GME is up 8.58, HYMC up 6.65, Hood is up 1.16, NCMI is up 0.83, and AMC is up almost 9%. Outflow versus inflow. There's currently more inflow than outflow by about $3 million. Volume 23.19 million shares having been traded for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. Looks like we're on pace for about 56.2 million shares traded for the day today. That is higher than what it was an hour ago. It was like 55, I think, an hour ago. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 20 and 40 million. So volume is definitely picking up here per minute. Looks like we're kind of averaging really close to about 120,000 shares a minute, which is good volume. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.15. That is below average. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.87, which is average. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 74.37, which is above average, signaling oversold. Overbought. Wrong way. Signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 81.89, also signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 71.08, signaling overbought. For those who like to look at the Ichimoto cloud, I'm going to pull that back up here real quick just so we can see what that looks like. We are indeed above the cloud where we're at in price currently. We have the conversion line above the baseline, and the lagging line is above the price line. All these indicators are buy signals. We did move up through the red. On the 4 hour, though, it looks a little different. It moved up through the cloud. We have the conversion line coming up towards the base, but not crossing over yet. We have the lagging line just about ready to cross the be above the price line, but it's going to touch the tip on this point right here. I would say price would have to go over 1430 for us to avoid touching there. But this has been a big shift here in price. Normally price doesn't move up through green. This is kind of unusual. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. So Steven says more sales yet $1 up. Makes sense. They control all these fake numbers, put these people in prison already. So here's part of the reason for that, Steven. Part of the reason for that is that and I've stated this before. Do you remember back when Lou told, well, everybody says Lou didn't tell everybody, but we actually have footage of him telling people that he was going to sell shares and recommended that people do the same. But since Lou had suggested that people should sell shares and Blue Ice told people that he was going to be selling shares and they should follow suit, we rose in price the Monday that they did that. That was back when we had that big run up in price. Now, and I've stated this before, whenever there's low liquidity, Stephen, and people sell shares, it causes volume and shares start getting traded. And market makers start making the market and you start seeing volume. And usually when you have volume starting to increase and popping up, you see price improvement. So what you're seeing here is the after effects of people likely selling their positions. Now, as it stands right now, we'll have to watch and see how that plays out. really the people that we wanted to see sell shares was not retail, but more institutionals. Those are the guys that we want to do the dirty work for us. I think that there's going to be some people who decide that they want to sell out of AMC and move over to GME, and that's fine. I think in the long run they'll probably regret that positional move, but short term, it may turn out okay for them. But the thing that I would just say is that I'm just going to continue to watch the numbers, and if we have some portion of people who leave to go to GME, it's not a big deal. I don't think it's the end of the world. Unfortunately for them, there's going to be some issues with that. Harry Parrott says, watch crypto this weekend. If it crashes, that might be a signal that hedgy institutional people are screwed because of GME, and that they need liquidity to pay for their mistakes. They'll need collateral for sure. Eventually, when that happens, we'll see it, and I do think that it will come from cryptocurrencies. Gary's asking if I think we'll hit 1450 today. I don't know. I wasn't counting on it on my price prediction. I only had 11 to 14. So if we close above that, I'll be surprised. I can say one thing for certain. That would be a very abnormal movement in price, as the highest point that we had since we came into the bang phase was 1413. I wouldn't expect to see price go much higher than that. If it happens, great. But I would expect to see volume, right? And we're not seeing huge amounts of volume right now. As it stands, we're on pace to hit 56 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's not very much volume. So to have this kind of price discovery on low volume is not something that I would see as I could see that as being short term. But if anything, look at the rest of the market. I mean, because I've been saying that for a while now, that we're tied to the market at this point. So whatever happens in the market's going to happen to us. Do I see today as being a raising parallel? Let's check it out. Are you looking at the daily when you're in regards to that? It probably helps if I look at the same time frame. I would assume daily. Yeah, okay. So on the daily, I mean, not really. Because this is the daily right here that I'm looking at, and I've got. I mean, this is what I've got. I've got us in a. I mean, I see where you're going with this, but not so much for me. I really feel like we're on a bullish triangle. So I don't think this is an ascending parallel channel. I mean, that's just my opinion. Yucca Frida, how's it going? I see you yelling my name over here. Ah. Let me go backwards and see what other people were saying here. Yeah, Apes R Us says we've seen this happen, followed by several negative 8% red days, so I won't get too excited. Expect some. We're traveling, like I just showed. We're traveling up the bottom side of a bullish wedge, and so seeing a pullback after this would be almost a guaranteed. And the reason for that would be, in part to cool off RSI. It's a great question, Gary Keaton. How can we tell if it's institutional selling? And I think part of that is why I look at that data from Fidelity to see if it's retail or not. So when I pulled that up earlier and I showed it over here, as you can see, AMC has a greater than we have 57% of retail orders is selling, and 43% is buying. So retail is selling today to some extent or another. Retail is selling. But 43, 57, those numbers aren't like massively wide. Think of it was switched the other way around, right? If it was switched the other way around and we had a 57% buy and a 43% sell, I wouldn't be happy with those numbers from a buying standpoint either. So it's not like this is like massive selling going on here. And we're in the top 9 of all traded stocks on Fidelity. So we have high amounts of orders going through on both sides. So this doesn't like worry me in any sense. We've had plenty of days in the past where we've been under, uh, you know, under versus our over, and buying versus selling. Yeah, I don't doubt it, Doug. Crypto pool this weekend, I think for sure, is a possibility. Although I do have to say this though, I don't think we're quite at the end. I really felt like there was going to be a big push on crypto to maybe like 22, 23-ish range, and it's not quite there yet. It's still got another 1,000 to go. So I think before you see a dump on crypto, I think you're gonna have to see a really quick pump up to like 22, 23 range. It's gonna pump up real fast and then dump like real hard, right? Like it did here. Like a 1 or 2 day pump up real quick, real fast up to maybe 23, and then just a rock dive back down to maybe about where it's at right now, maybe around like 20,000. And then one more final pump and then the push down. So we got some time left because I think it's going to look very similar to what we've got back here. Yeah, I feel like right now we're leaning more toward the max pain Harry is at 13, so um, trying to keep us close to 13 is going to be ideal. The minute by minute ascending parallel. Let me see here. Maybe not. That's a great question though, and I need to try and figure out what it is. Give me just a second, guys, while I try to figure this out. This is a tough one. Because I mean, if I take this out to like a 30-minute, I'd say that this potential has the potential to be a pennant, but we haven't even hit the top yet. Like wherever the consolidation is going to occur at, we haven't hit it yet. So I feel like that's what it's kind of looking like right now is a pennant. You got your flagpole that's formed right now, and this is off of 30 minutes, so we got 3 hours worth of data, which means that if the pennant were to start forming or it were to start consolidating at this point, then you'd have at least 3 hours worth of consolidation before you could see the next run up, which would put us into tomorrow. So that's what I'm kind of leaning towards right now. I'd say this looks more like a. We'll have to see when this reaches a top and then starts to consolidate. My chart's blocking the price. Which chart? Sammy, I do not have crypto. Casey, are you taking a shot at 14? No. Excuse me, no. I only do that at the end of the day, sir. 3 of them. Yeah, Apes R Us says true apes aren't selling shit. I agree. Apes R Us says who's going to throw away long-term capital gains at the. You'd be surprised, man. Some people just don't know these kind of things. They don't know this kind. I would say Apes R Us that it's going to people who are inexperienced retail, right? Inexperienced retail who doesn't understand what it is that they have to profit from changing their position right now would be the people, right? But I mean, and it's going to happen, right? There's going to be some percentage of people out there who just don't know. So hopefully, if enough people are talking about these kind of things, this would be a great time for people to start posting like, don't forget about your long-term capital gains. Am I saying that this price hike might not hold? I'm saying that it may not hold. I mean, I want to see volume move up first, right? Because like all we're seeing is moving up price. We're seeing price improvement on low volume. I don't think that's very bullish. I think that's actually bearish. So I want to see increasing volume with increasing price. Today we do have day over day increasing volume, but not 11.62% worth. You know what I'm saying? Like we're up 11 point something percent, and we've only traded 20, almost halfway through the day with 26 million shares traded so far. That's not that great for volume. Which chart? You just want me to look at just GME in general? I don't know what you want me to look at specifically, but that's what GME's chart looks like. If you transfer your shares, Jordan, no. Francis says, Casey, I'm seeing an overlay of the chart giving data on your internet. If I can move it back just slightly like that, maybe that'll help a little for you. Hopefully that helps. Yeah, the answer to your question, Jordan, is no. A transfer of shares doesn't change your ownership. Yo wants me to do a poll for time in the market. All right. I don't mind doing that. How many years have you been trading? Let's see here. So I'm putting how many years have you been investing in the market is what I'm putting in for the question. As far as time goes, you put 1 to 2 years, 3 to okay. So we'll put 1 to 2 years, or I should say 2 years or 2 years or less. Uh, two to what did you say? 3 to 5, 6 to 10. Sam says Ape years are equivalent to 10. All right, here we go. There we go. And I can just tell you right now, I get to mark the last option twice. I've been trading in the market since 1998. And I'll never forget. I'll never forget the supervisor that I just gotten a job, my first job in the semiconductor industry, and my first supervisor in there was showing us how, if we started putting money in at an early enough age, with the company contributing or matching up to, I think it was at the time 3%, I think it was. Maybe it was 3.5. It was somewhere around 3. I think they did 3%. They would match up to 3 and do an additional 1. So you got like 7% in total if you put in 3. And he said, if he was showing everybody this, statistically, just based on the average market trends, that if you were to just put money invested in the market, um, with a 401k, starting with a 401k, that you could be a millionaire by the time easily be a millionaire by the time you were. Oh, see, that's a good point. Trading stocks versus 401k. I mean, so I didn't actually start trading stocks until a couple of years after that, right? So it's just started out with 401k for me. So I should probably say trading stocks would have started around like 2000. So like maybe 2 years later. But 401k money, still putting it into a 401k, I still feel like that's, Yeah, actively trading. Let's just call this actively trading. In which case I'd have to change mine to 2000, but um, it's still 2 decades. Man, do you guys remember way back in those days when you actually had to pay for every single order that you placed? You had to pay a fee. I don't know about you guys, but like I found out really, really quickly that that penny stocks were not the way to go. It was a thing back then. It was I don't know how to explain it to you. If you weren't there, you just don't know. But if you were trading penny stocks and yeah, $7 a trade, trade, yeah, it was crazy, right? Like you were paying $7 a trade, and it was like oh, if you're trading penny stocks, it was just nuts because I mean it just ate into your profits big time. Especially if you were trying to trade, rapidly or trying to find, that right penny stock that you're trying to get into. We all make mistakes. I don't even like to talk about those years. Those are rough years. So many dollars wasted. Anyways, what was I saying? Um, per order. Yeah, it was. It was terrible. The worst part for me was that I kept wanting to make trades because you'd get to the point to where you had maxed out, like you knew you were at a point to where you got your signal to sell, but you hadn't made enough money to cover the money that you would have, that you were invested in for. Meaning like it cost you $7 to make the trade to get in and seven to get out, right? So you're gonna need, or however you want to look at it, you can cover half now, half later, and say that it's just $7 total, but you still didn't have, maybe you didn't make $7 on the trade. and so, and so you're going like, oh, the signal says trade, but I'm gonna hold, damn it, because I didn't make enough money yet, and so yeah, it never really seemed to work out. I swore off penny stocks so long ago, Harry. It's not even funny. But like I was saying, back to the supervisor. The supervisor told me to invest through the 401k, broke it all down to us, and showed us how we could be millionaires by the time we were ready to retire. And man, I'm so glad that guy was in my life because you know it made a big difference. Made a big, big difference. That's not a bad deal, Chris. I mean, it kind of forces you into staying with the company for a longer period of time, but that's still not a bad deal. Broke Ape says wash cells aren't good for anyone, guys. It's a tax burden. Besides, if you haven't had AMC for at least 2 months, please don't advise others on wash selling. I mean, look it up. If you don't know what wash cells is, look it up. Make sure you understand what it is because this is what I was trying to say earlier. It's not gonna, in the long run, this is not gonna help people out. The idea that they can just shift around and move around as easily as they want to without any kind of consequences is not the case. I know, right? Pro Jeweler, $16 in profit minus $15 trade. Laugh. I know it was rough, man. Back in those days, it was rough. I mean, now it sounds stupid, right? We laugh about it, but I remember back then, like, that was a full tank of gas. It really was. Believe it or not, it was a full tank of gas back then. You could easily buy a full tank of gas for $15. Boy, that if that doesn't really kind of, you know, skew your view of, where we're at now versus back then, when $15 got you a full tank of gas. Boy, I really feel like I'm telling people to get off my front lawn. It was. It was a dollar. It was 99 cents. I took a picture of it. It was 99 cents. I remember it real well. Or 99 cents a gallon. I didn't think I'd ever see it again in my lifetime, but because the price had gone above a dollar, and then it went back down briefly. Ariel says, "Hell, that was dinner and a movie with your gal." You're not lying. Corey's like, they used to let you pump the gas first and then pay. Yeah. Well, in the state I was living in, Corey, they actually had people who pumped your gas for you. They still do. In the state of Oregon, they've got it's a law. Like I think it's still a law. In the state of Oregon, you're not allowed to pump your own gas. There's still people that pump it for you. And when I first moved there, I didn't know, and I thought, maybe you're supposed to tip these guys. And so I tipped them. And my aunt who lived there, I was just moving there for the first time. I talked to her and I said, like, we went and got gas, but we didn't know how much to tip the guy, so we gave him $1. What are you supposed to tip the guys who pump your gas? And she laughed and she said, you don't tip them, they get paid. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, hold a second, guys. Okay. My wife just fell down the stairs. I had to go. I went running. I was like, oh my gosh. She fell down the stairs and she said it wasn't the dog this time. Well, she slipped down the stairs, she said. She's okay though. She's all right. Nothing's wrong. Whew, that was a close one. It's a good thing it was just the last stair. She said her feet are getting too slick. She's okay. Whew. Harry Parrott says New Jersey, they pump your gas. Yeah. Jordan, you say that. You say that, Jordan, but you haven't seen you haven't seen a tax bill from a wash sale. When you see that tax bill, you might change your mind. Glenn Miller says, I remember when gas was 75, a loaf of bread was $1, and now they got security cameras everywhere. Glenn, we're gonna have a good time talking when we drink some beers together sometime. No, she's heading out. The bird got away while we were on vacation. Not Somebody was watching the bird and the bird accidentally got away, so they print out uh, lost bird flyers, and they're going to post them up. If I'm laughing, it's because everything's okay, Keto. I laugh in the face of distress and fear. It makes life interesting. Corey, I expect, like I was saying earlier, I expect Bitcoin to go back up to about 23 before dropping again. Before you could wait, I gotta read what Thick wrote there. Before you could catch up on old times at the gas pumps with people you haven't seen in a while, now you tell them to shut up so you can watch the price not go over. How many of you guys stop trying to pump to the nearest dollar? When was the last time you actually pumped to the nearest dollar and tried to end it or round the cents to the perfect cent? I remember I used to do that all the time. I don't even try anymore. Glenn was paused. Sounds like a good deal to me, Glenn. I'm in. Yeah, that's right, KO. Harry Pear says I have had wash sales and haven't paid anything in taxes. Maybe because you didn't report it. I don't I don't know. I mean, I'm not a tax person here. I'm not a CPA, so I can't really tell you what the reason is behind it. I don't know. No comment, Jana. Spoken like Hakach. I laugh in the face of distress and fear. Ha ha! Fear? Ah! It's but a breath of wind. Patel, good afternoon to you. No, she didn't tell me she's pregnant again. Corey says, did anyone else empty the take a penny, leave a penny change when you went? I never did. That's Jordan, that's gonna be considered a wash sale. But I'm not gonna give you the original. If you sell, so let's see, buy some, sell some of them. You didn't say how many you sold. Buy some more, all within 30 days. That last buy, how long do you have to hold? No, it's because you bought back in with the original 30 that you sold before a certain period of time had passed. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Maybe that's not right. You know what? I'm not going to even give you advice. Just go look, Jordan. You need to go look up wash sales and understand what those are. But because I'm not going to answer those questions and get myself in trouble, it'd be better for me to just say that I'm not a financial analyst or certified professional tax consultant. You need to do those things and check those things out for yourself. I can't give you that kind of info. I need to keep myself clean and free of that. But go check out what a wash sale is and look it up for yourself. 30.4 million shares traded so far. We're just a little over halfway through the day, so we may end up having a little bit more volume than what I originally had anticipated. The bullish triangle cutty cut for me, I believe that price is 14 something. Four, no, 16, like 16, 15, around that range for the breakout. Yeah, about 16, 15. Yeah, be careful, AMC Panda. Don't put yourself at risk there. It's almost the opposite of that, Gary. You mean you don't understand how you make money in the market life day trading? Because it's pricey. You got to make sure that whatever investment you're going to be getting into is going to well, there's ways around it. Again, not financial advisor. You can actually sell your position and move to another position that is of a similar type. Like say for example, AMC is called entertainment, I believe. I think it's under the entertainment sector. And if you were to buy back into something under the entertainment sector, then I think you're okay from you know having any issues. But the problem becomes is when you go, if you were to say go from that back to your old position, that's where the problem starts to occur. Long-term, short-term capital gains, Steve. And again, I'm not a tax consultant, but if you hold your stock for over a year, you go into a different tax exemption. So you're paying less in taxes for holding for that period of time. Doug, I love you too, man. No homo. Oh, you're welcome, Doug. I mean, I hate the worst thing I hate is not getting it right, right? So I don't want to like sit here and tell people what their tax position is. You need to go look it up yourself. You really do. You need to sit down. You need to spend some time. But I'm going to tell you right now that there are tax implications involved with selling out of a position and then trying to buy back into it in a short period of time. So please go look up wash sales and understand what those are and what kind of tax implications those could have on you. Um, that there could be some very heavy taxes to consider. James wants me to dual chart GME for a little while. Sure, I could throw it up here. Oh, come on. It looks like I'm looking at the same chart. Why am I doing this? This looks like the same chart. I don't see anything different. Everything looks the same. RSI is the same. Vortex indicator looks the same. Price looks the same. What am I looking at this for again? I don't see anything different here. Steve has a very interesting point. It does depend on the type of account that you have as well, Steve. Very good point. The amount of time that you may have to wait for the funds to settle, which you could get a trading violation if you don't. Oh, they're both GME? Yeah, that's so true. They are both GME. You're right. My bad. I thought I changed the bottom one, but I guess I didn't. I'm like, what are we looking at here? These are the same charts. It's because they are, you dumbass. All right, there we go. Now we got AMC and GME on here at the same time. Now it's different. See, this is what happens when you go on vacation, guys. You come back and everything looks the same. Nothing changes. Matt knows. Matt knows. This is correct. Good faith violation if the trade doesn't clear. Well, I didn't say that, Francis. Careful with the words. I just said that there would be a big price increase by the 25th. Not necessarily on the 25th, but by the 25th. You guys are all laughing at me now. That's funny. Jabibs is all like, Casey's rusty. It took 4 days. I guess it was fine. How many days was it? I wanted Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. 5 days. See what happens when I take a week off? Pro Jeweler says, I thought you were joking. Sadly, I wish I had been, but I wasn't. It was weird because I typed in GME and then I hit enter and I thought nothing popped up on the bottom. And I guess it moved it to the top. Please tell me you didn't drink the. I did drink the water in California. Maybe that's what happened. I drank lots of it because I was really thirsty while I was there. Yeah, but just to be clear, though, to be very, very clear, Francis, that's a countdown timer saying that something should happen between now and the 25th. The reason I say that is over time, that indicator that I was pointing out earlier this morning, the on loan average age per day, that indicator signals within. I used to say this all the time. Between 15 or between 5 and 15 business days was the average, meaning like the mean was right around like 9 days on average, right? Like so somewhere around nine trading days is when it would usually happen. Sometimes a little before, sometimes a little after. You never really knew, but sometime within 15 business days was a price increase afterwards. So that signal occurred on the first. No, wait. The was Friday. Was Friday the first? Yeah, the first. And so that basically tells me that within the next 15 trading days, which would be the 22nd, but we're adding one day because the fourth was off. So the 25th. By the 25th, we should see some kind of big price movement. And I would count today. I mean, the fact that we're up almost 13% today would definitely be an indicator. So, how many days are we past the first? We're technically only 3 trading days past the first. So, like I said, sometimes it's before, sometimes it's after. You never really know exactly within that 15-day period that it's going to happen, but it usually within 15 days. Some of the kids mentioned that the water tasted funny in San Diego, but I didn't notice it. I thought it tasted fine. No. Mark the tape for best of moments. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Just want to make sure. I just want to be really clear because, sometimes, you know, because I guess I wouldn't call the 5th around the 25th, right? Like, I guess that's what I'm trying to say, Francis. I wouldn't call the 5th, or I wouldn't call today. I wouldn't even call the 7th around the 25th. So, um, it's just sometime within the next 15 business days. And I would definitely call today a big price increase. 13% move today is definitely a big price increase. So, and we may see continued movement. Although I wouldn't say that today is part. I wouldn't call today. If we hit 60 million shares traded, let me just check something real quick. Let's see here. If we hit 60 million shares today, let's pretend. Let's do a little pretend here for just a second. Let's say we close out the day at 14, just for shits and giggles. Let's say that we end up trading 60 million shares total for the day. I just want to look what the changes would be. That's actually not. I would almost have to say that's the start of the blow. It's a 134% increase in volume. We may have another cycle left, guys. I don't know. We'll have to see when we get there. Maggie, they won't cover. They can't. There's just no way that they could cover. They would have to. They would have to knock us down to like zero. They would have to bankrupt the company. So that's not a possibility. I'm getting what appears to be some lag in the feed here, guys. Let me just check my what's going on from my side. I just want to make sure that first I'm going to check downdetector.com and make sure that it's not me. And I'm also going to make sure that there's not some random let's see here. Okay, Cox is getting hit, Wells Fargo is getting hit, and Mediacom shows some problems as well, but that's it. Everything else is pretty normal. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to switch. I need to switch to a different router and make sure there's nothing on my end that's causing this. I hope it's going down thick, because if it is going down, then that could mean the end of a lot of this insanity. All right. Some of this is partially probably some of that song would be some failure to delivers maybe being covered. Not all of it. Not yet, Yucca Frida. We got to see some more indicators turn here. Well, something to think about, Brenda, is that a travel trailer travels on the roads, and if you're traveling on the roads, then it needs to be registered, and if it's registered, then they know where you are. And if it's not registered, you're gonna get pulled over, and when they look you up and see tax evasion, that's not gonna end well. It's better to just pay the government, guys. It's better to pay the government and avoid. Remember, we're not trying to be like those who came before us, right? Everybody who came before us, who's trying to avoid taxation and um, making this market as crappy and corrupt as it is are the people who are doing the exact things that you would be talking about doing. So remember not to turn into those who you've been fighting against. Yeah, I think price will come back down here. Well, we have a pretty wide range here, guys. I just pulled up the survey. 171 votes so far. 2 years or less is majority of the people on here. But we've got 10 plus years. The next highest group is 10 plus years. Then we got 3 to 5 years in third, and last is 6 to 10 years. I don't even know. I'm not quite sure where I would put. I'm trying to decide, like, when at what point would I consider to be, a well-seasoned um, or well-established retail investor. I'm trying to think. Maybe 15 years. I think 15 years would probably, because I'm trying to figure out like where were most of my lessons learned. I think most of my lessons were learned in probably the first 5 years. Um, the um, I guess the lessons learned in the first 5 years were reconfirmed after the first 10 years. And then after, and when I say reconfirmed, I mean making sure that I learned my lesson a second time. And then I think that the good habit changes are kind of formed after 10 years. So the really good habits that you tend to follow come perhaps maybe after 10. So I'm trying to decide between 10 and 15. I mean, I'm kind of with you, Doug, on the fact that, like, whether or not you were part of 2008 and 2000, would make a difference, right? And those were within a decade of each other. Um, I think there's a very, that's why I'm trying to say 15 years. That's why I think 15 years you've gone through some pretty good shit. 15 years. You've seen some pretty nasty stuff in 15. Well, I think 15. Yeah, 15 years would give you 2008. Oh, come on, Francis. Don't you start now. Yeah, so I mean that's why I'm kind of leaning more towards like the whole 15-year idea. Um, and even after 20 years, right? Even after 20 years, like I still feel like there's still lessons to be learned. For example, like I've talked to individuals who've been in this play, not in this play. I'm sorry. I've talked to individuals who've been investing for well over 20 years, and they're still learning things that they didn't know right now. So um, I don't know. Maybe even 15 is not enough. Maybe 25. I'll tell you what though, when this is all over, I will probably be um, I will probably consider myself very well knowledged, but but I won't consider myself an expert by any means. And one of the things that I've thought about a lot is that when this is all said and done, um, the idea that there's going to be people out there that are going to come up to me and say things like, all you did was buy and hold. That doesn't make you smart. I know that's coming. I know it's coming. It's going to be one of those moments where you just kind of look at the person and you just kind of like you size them up for a minute. It's like Fight Club, right? You look them up and down for a minute and you go, you know, yeah, you're probably right. I probably really don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but I still made more money than you ever have. And or or maybe you don't even say anything like that at all. Maybe you just laugh and say, "Yeah, you're probably right. I don't really know what I'm doing here." I mean, that's it. It's kind of one of those things. I know it's coming. I can't wait. I know it's going to happen. It's going to happen everywhere. We're going to we're going to hear it from family. We're going to hear it from news. You're going to hear it everywhere. We're just dumb money is all we are. And I'm here to tell you guys that what you're doing is not easy, and you know it. You're experiencing it. It's not like I got to tell you this. You know it. You know how hard it is. It's not just that simple to just sit there and hold. It just really isn't. But you'll have learned something, I think, from this. I think every single one of us will. I appreciate you just being here, Amy. Hold on a second here. James Avera says all news channels talking about low liquidity, crypto funds closing, bankruptcy, over leveraged, plus Amy and Jimmy being talked about. Oh wow, wouldn't that be something? Yeah, I've seen that quote before, Yucca Frida. I've seen that quote before. I've heard that that's not exactly the quote. I've heard that it was actually quoted differently, but yeah, who cares? I still think it's right. AMC Panda says family after the squeeze. Why didn't you make me a few million? Yeah, guys, there's gonna be that kind of stuff. You're gonna need to be ready for that. Um, that kind of stuff is definitely gonna happen. Casey, do you think YouTubers about 1348 trades when they never were about the community and they've just been greedy? Or what do I think about that? I'm not gonna say. I think everybody has their own way of investing. Um, I mean, I've said before what I think, so I hold it to myself. I think I skipped down here, guys. I missed 12 o'clock's numbers. Didn't I miss 12 o'clock's numbers, or did I do them? Somebody help remind me if I did them or not. I don't recall doing them. Okay, I did. All right. I couldn't remember if I'd done them or not. War Dog says no. Captain says I did them. I'm just going to do a quick Google search on news. 1 hour ago, AMC Theaters is offering $5 movie showtimes on discount Tuesdays once again across all U.S. cinemas. My mom was talking about it. That was like one of the last things my mom said to me before I left San Diego. She's like, I'm going to go see Top Gun a second time, and I'm going to go pay the $5, and I'm just going to go watch that movie. And this, she said she was talking about going for double headers. She's going to go watch a couple movies. Seeking Alpha says AMC jumps 13% as CEO hints at pounce on short sellers. Which, by the way, guys, in case you hadn't heard, I had mentioned to somebody, I think it was Nikki was asking me, I think when that shareholder meeting or the announcement for the quarterly report was going to be out, and I had said the 8th, and that is not true. Adam Aaron says that they've nailed it down to August 4th, so 4 days in advance of the 8th. The 4th being a Thursday, I believe the 8th would have probably been a Monday. Yeah. So the first Thursday of August is when they're going to do it. Basically exactly a month from now. James Can passed away. All right, let me run the numbers real quick, guys, because I'm not sure if I did them or not, and it wouldn't hurt to do them again. It's only 20 minutes after. This is normally when I would finish doing them anyways. I'll know real quick here in a second if I did them or not when I log into Fidelity. Yep, I didn't do it. It's asking me for a two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have a two-factor authentication, think about getting it for your broker. It may help you in case of fraud. And you would hate to have a lot of money in your account and have some kind of fraud happen in your account right afterwards. That would suck. This has sucked more than anything has sucked before. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here. Take you guys to the other page real fast. We'll try to do a quick run through on this. So make it nice and painless. I'm also going to get rid of the GME ticker on the page. I can't. It's difficult for me to see it like this, guys. It's like it's hard on my eyes. So unfortunately, I know you guys want to see GME at the same time, but I'm going to pull up just AMC's for now. We can take glances at it from time to time. Alrighty, moving on. Off exchange. An hour and 20 minutes ago, it was 54% in the off exchange, and CBOE EDGX was at 12.23. It is now 54.85 and 11.91, giving us a total of 66.76, which is 2.76% higher than a normal average day. Taking a look at Ortex data. An hour ago, there was a return of about 194,000 shares. It's now a return of 1.04 million shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short interest of the free float to 17.72%. Cost to borrow average is at 13.31, max is at 16.65, and min is at 0.56. For those of you just joining for the day-to-day, shares on loan is at 139.89 million shares on loan. And taking a look at options. For the call options, highest amount of volume at a $13 strike price an hour ago. Oh, it's no longer 13, it is now 14. At 13, there was 22.9 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 31.6 thousand contracts at 14. And on the puts at a $13.50 strike price, which is up from 12. At 12, there was 5.1 thousand contracts an hour ago. There is now 8.4 thousand contracts, which is nearly 4 times the amount of volume. And the market now signaling for a 13.75 close for the day today. That's a pretty big swing from what we were seeing from earlier. Market is definitely seeming more favorable of an increase in price than what we were showing earlier, day over day. Taking a look at GME is number one right here with highest buy sell ratio with 83% buys, 17% sales. This is definitely coming from the fact that they've announced a 3-to-1 split. AMC coming in eighth. We have a 41% buy to 59% sell ratio. SSR triggers at $11.31. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Ooh, there's a lot of activity here. 500,000 shares there. 500 more thousand shares having been borrowed for the day today. That's going to be wow. 2.15 million shares borrowed for the day today. I haven't seen this much borrowing in a single day in a very, very long time. Fees are at 12.1%. We currently have 67.5 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 39.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 38,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 1.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. I just had this really weird idea. I'll tell you guys maybe later. I don't know. I don't want to say it. Let's see here. NASDAQ is up 1.91. Dow Jones is up 0.63. S&P 500 is up 1.12. The market's cooking with bacon grease because it's on fire. We have 5,215 advancers with 1,661 decliners. VIX is down 2.62. IWB is up 1.22. IWD is up 1.01. IWM is up 2.36. Tesla is up 5.11. Excuse me. Amazon is up 1.61. Cinemark is up 2.3. Doge is up 2.43. Bitcoin is up 1.39. GME is up 13.43%. HYMC is up 7.12. Hood is up 2.43. NZMI is up 2.68. And AMC is up 13.61%. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow. There's currently $4 million roughly more in inflow than outflow. 36.4 million shares having been traded for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for 59 million shares traded for the day today. I think it was 56 earlier, so we're definitely picking up the pace and volume on the weekly. I said 20 to 40 million shares traded for the day today, so it looks like I might be a little on the low side, but I'm okay with being low. I'm just looking at Vortex Indicator and RSI. Vortex Indicator is showing more buying pressure than selling pressure. Oh, sorry, other way around. Scratch that, reverse it. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.71, which is below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.86, which is slightly above average. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 80.73, which is heavily overbought. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 87.34, which is heavily overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 72.79, overbought. Massive overbuying signals going on here. Lots and lots of buying. It looks to me like they're trying to eat up every share that's being sold right now. It'll be interesting to look at OBV to see what happens day over day. Tomorrow we'll check it out. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. Yeah, rem tax. So it's 4-4-1, meaning if you have one, you get four. So for every single share, you get three more. So there's different ways to say it. It's a 3-to-1 or a 4-4-1. Saying 4-4-1 and 3-2-1 is saying the same thing. Francis says, how about end of day prediction? What's in regards to what? Price prediction? Because I had 11 to 14. Let's see. As it stands right now, the only two people who, well, actually, that's not the case. If we break past 1439, Keto is going to be out of the running too. Both Eric and Monty have 1175 to 1475. So they'll be the only ones getting a price prediction tally point for the day today if price remains below that. Harry Parrot, we get the lift off at the end of the day. We'll get it again. Don't you worry. Uh, it depends on the company. That's my opinion, Panda. Um, Historically speaking, GME and AMC have both managed to get very large increases in price once it spikes over 20. So I know that's, but I got to be real careful here because I know a lot of people are going to try and make positions based off of those kind of numbers. So you got to be real careful. Just because I'm saying it goes over 20 doesn't mean that it's the end. I'm just saying that, historically speaking, 20 does seem to be a magic price number for huge improvements in price. Cookie stains, I don't know. Can shorts create a dividend to fulfill their shorts? I don't think they can just create one out of thin air. Let me know what, Oland, that she popped in? As far as what numbers go, yo, what do you want to see? I won't cover it like I do AMC, but if there's specific numbers you want to see, let me know, and I'll pull them up for you. Just let me know what numbers you want to see. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks for telling me, Oland. I appreciate that. If you guys see her around in the community, let her know I said hi. Jazz says it would be fun to crash TWE's channel. They're having a dance party for this rally. Is he dancing? Oh my gosh. Hold on a second. I love TWE. He's a good guy. If TWE is dancing, I'm gonna check this out. Hold on a second. I'm gonna pull it up. I always forget, I always forget how to like navigate YouTube. I always get stuck between where to. I get stuck trying to find like where to find my videos versus where to find other people's stuff. Get off my front lawn. Let's see here. Let's see. TWE. There we go. Got him. He's not dancing. It's just some stick figure. Look, there's Nana and McBees. Yeah, some of you guys are over there. I guess I'll say hi since I'm in here.
There you go. It's a little better. A little cleaner, you know? Get that out of there. Get that out of there. Yeah, I have an idea. I have an idea, bro.
Let's see if he says anything. He's such a funny guy.
Alright. One last thing to do.
I gotta like get his dance revolution set up on my big tramp. Put up the disco ball.
Yo! KC, what is up, man? KC in the house, what is up?
I love that guy. No homo. He's such a cool guy, though. Oh, Nana Ape is a moderator over there. That's cool.
Alright.
Go Nana.
Oh wow. Guys, Amy had a fucking rally, has a rally right now. We are still at it. We haven't crossed any levels of support yet. I'm hoping this rally continues. We are at resistance, so do consider that. As much as I love to rally and want to rally, I do want to just put that out there, just because we gotta be on the safe side, right? So remember that even though we hit resistance, there is still a very much so a possibility. Even
This guy's smart as he's smart as I'm saying it. He's smart as fuck. This guy's he's good.
All we really have to do is cross. This is a wick, guys. I wouldn't even consider.
Look at this guy. Look at him explain this stuff here.
It was a quick wick on AMC that these typically I don't focus too much on, but you could see right here how it went in very quickly and came back down.
Yeah,
so
I'm with him. Maybe some consolidation.
I just want to see it respect this zone.
Yep.
Even if we
I agree.
and we trade sideways here, guys, at the $14 level, that's enough to make this rally continue into the next couple of days.
I agree with him. Smart guy. This
I'm very
TWE
happy
guy is
with
smart.
the setup, and I hope that
Look,
you
guys, I'm just gonna say, like I'm not the best at this stuff here. I'm just gonna say I'm not the best around here. There's guys that do some amazing technical analysis. If you want some really good technical analysis, I love what TWE does. I highly, highly approve of it. Highly approve of his technical analysis. You know, you go to Pantheon, you can get some amazing DD. There's so many good people. There's so many good people out there. Like I'm not the only one, right? You don't have to just rely on me for information, and I don't ever want you guys to just trust me, bro, with anything that is that I say. You should always hold me and any other person out there accountable for the things it is that we're saying. Always. Mac and Bees says, I saw you over there, Mac and Bees. It's cool. Good to see you over there. Focuses on cycles and fractals comparing different tickers. And we've done that in the past too. You know what I like though the most about it, Mac and Bees, is that TWE does it different than most people. A lot of people, let me just show you how most people do this. I'll try to give you an example of what it is that I'm talking about. So we're going to look at AMC here for just a second. Let me get rid of a lot of the noise that I've got going on in here. We're going to get rid of everything. Let's get rid of all that junk, and they'll take something like this, right? I've already got one up here, right? They'll take something like this. It's a fractal point. Actually, let me just copy this one, right? Let me copy. I don't know. I'm just going to pick some random spot, right? We'll just pick some random spot in here and we'll be like, oh, yeah, look, like here's, I don't know who I'm trying to be like. I'm just making up some like surfer dude voice. And I'm telling you guys, this is not what TWE does. He does something completely different. I'll show you here what I think is where I think there's a problem. Bars pattern. So I'm going to copy like just a random portion of data in here, right? And I'm just picking a spot. And I'll take this right here and I'll be like, oh yeah, like you could take this and you can expand it out and like draw it like real like similar and be like, yeah, see that's it matches up pretty well. You can get these things to kind of line up, and of course it doesn't line up perfectly, but price kind of respected this point up here, came down, and then see it fell down to a point down here where it looked pretty close to this. It's like I call BS. I call BS on that. You can't just simply just pick out a spot and and like make it larger and expand height and everything. That's like I just think that's like really like it's not it's manipulation of data to find a pattern that you want to see that repeats itself. And I think that when you start doing that with these numbers, it just doesn't work. What you really want to see is more along the lines of what TWE is doing, where he'll pick out like an actual pattern, like he did, like he'll take a spot and he'll say like, yeah, this is basically this pattern right here, but on on like a maybe a different time scale or something, right? Like he'll show you how I'm okay with him like taking this and um, making it proportionally relevant to size. And but I'm not cool with it when people just take this and then they just start making it fit however they want to. Because you can do that. It's really easy to manipulate data in a way to where you can make it like fit a narrative or whatever it is that you're trying to show. It's easy to do. So he does it in a much better way. By the way, guys, I have this on a 30-minute interval. Our price run today really does look like a flagpole to me. So we'll just be waiting to see where it tops out at and gets consolidation. So I don't know. I'm just saying, like, out of all the people who cover fractals, I think he does them way better than anybody else. TWE. I think TWE does them way better than anybody else does because I think he respects that you can't just click and drag. Yeah. See, now that's the kind of stuff Maccabees is talking about is that when he compares them to different tickers, he's saying like, look, here's a pattern that's played out over time from this ticker right here, and it's playing out on AMC, and I think that's totally appropriate. Because if you think about how an algorithmic trades are happening between either hedge funds or long institutions, you get these patterns that play out. They play out these fractals, and taking the whole lump sum of the data and saying that this lump sum of data without expanding or contracting or warping or anything else fits right on top of this other set of data shows that they're trading this in a very similar fashion to get similar results. So, I mean, that's the whole point. That's the whole point of all of this is that they're institutions both long and short are trying to get desired outcomes with trading patterns. And so when you realize that there's trading patterns that occur, you can look for those trading patterns. You can they do cross reference to other plays. Can I give an example? I think one of the best examples I can think of, Yucca Frida, if I go back to the daily on AMC, one of the best fractal patterns that I think can be seen everywhere. I used to call it the cat ears, followed by the head and shoulders. You probably remember me calling. We haven't seen them in a while. It's been a hot minute since we've seen them. Let me get rid of my Bollinger Bands. But they were happening for quite a while, where the pattern would form. And if I draw it here, it's one of the biggest ones I think that we've had to date with the cat ears / head and shoulders was this one on the daily pattern. Like if you took this to the daily, the dates on this, the first cat ear starts on 8/24 of last year, and the backside of the shoulder of the head and shoulders ended on 9/17. So we're talking like almost a month's worth of data, and you got the cat ears. And I'll draw it out so you can see what it is that I'm talking about. But you can find the signal. It happens everywhere. It's so prevalent everywhere it is that you look. Right, there's the cat. Here's your shoulder. Here's your head. Oops. Head. And here's your other shoulder. And it always falls into, the price always falls from that. And this pattern occurred multiple times. I mean, you could find it like, let me come back over to TradingView because it'll be easier for me to go back in time and actually show you some of those same patterns on we'll try like a 4-hour. So here's another one right here. This is August of 21. August. Oh, this is it right here. That's the same one. There's the head and shoulders, the one that I was showing you on. This is the same one right there, right? August. Yeah, August 24th is the start of the ear. Hold on a second. Let me just make sure I'm looking at the same thing. Come on, go away. Yeah, that's the same one. So then you can drive in on this and you can find it probably here as well. It's a little bit harder to see on this one, but again, same kind of pattern right here. Got your cat ears. Meow. Right? And then you got your shoulder, head, shoulder, followed by the price decrease. The pattern forms like all kinds of crazy time intervals. In fact, if I went down to a smaller time interval, probably within the last, I'm going to say within the last couple weeks, we probably can find the same thing. Here's one. This one's not as pronounced. Cat ears, head and shoulders, price down. Cat ears, Head and Shoulders, price down. You can find it. And it's just all over the place. And you can take this and you can go over to GME, right? You can find it everywhere. Doesn't matter where you go. Let's see if we can find it on GME. It looks like GMEs are just a little bit different. Not too much, but there's a little bit of difference on some of GMEs. For example, let's see. What I'm noticing just by looking at their charts is that a lot of times you see a cat ear followed by what's not really a well-formed head and shoulder. So you see the cat ear, what kind of almost looks like a head and shoulder, but not quite. And then you get the falling of price. And then again, you might have like the head and shoulders are just real sloppy looking on every single one of these. So it's almost like the head and shoulders don't really ever form the way they're supposed to before you see the price drop. But the general pattern is there, like this one too. I would almost call these the cat ears right here, and then you have this like weird sloppy head and shoulder with some kind of weird spike in it before you see the price fall. So they're a little bit different looking, but it's the same kind of concept. Cat ears, some kind of weird looking head and shoulders that doesn't really look like a head and shoulders with some kind of strange spike in it beforehand, and followed by the downwards price movement. But yeah, I think you can analyze a lot of the different patterns that occur across different stocks and see pattern trend movements that occur time and time again. And it doesn't matter what you're looking at. You can go to anything. You can go anywhere and you can find these patterns playing themselves out. That's what technical analysis is. It's exactly what it is. You just you find patterns that repeat themselves and have a high probability of an outcome that repeats. I'm not saying that fractal. I'm not saying that. Thank you for calling that bullshit fractal. Uh, some of it is, but I like Chronicles. I like what TWE is doing. I think the way that he's doing it by keeping the by keeping the form of what it is that he's looking at and saying like this pattern usually leads to this outcome is what I like about what it is that he does. Yeah, we talked about it a little bit earlier, Tim. I think I may have passed by some. Keisha, look at where we are now. Do we see one forming now? As far as the cat ears and head and shoulder possibility. Hold on a second. Not really. I'm not seeing it yet. I mean, there are a couple spots in here where you could make a suggestion that there might be some cat ears in here. But I'm still leaning towards like if you take this to a 5-minute or maybe even a 30-minute, I still see a flagpole, and I'm waiting for consolidation. We just printed a TD9 here on a 30-minute interval. We've been crawling all the way up this side of this ascending or this Bollinger Band here on a 30-minute interval. Price is gonna need to come back down. So we'll probably see price come back down either at the end half of the day today or going into that tomorrow before being able to head back up some more. So in that case, you could excuse me. Ugh, I got the hiccups. One of these could potentially be cat ears in here. But I don't see the head. I don't see, this is a potential shoulder. We could get ahead. I'm not expecting that. I'm expecting more of just a consolidation. I do, Big Tramp. But it's not going to look like that. And what I would challenge you to do is I would challenge you to go look at like just about anything you want to that's had like massive gains at some point where they've reached the top. And I would look for some of these patterns to repeat themselves over and over and over again. And it's really similar. You're going to see the same thing happening where you see some kind of top and then you see this movement right here. This is what you're looking for. And it doesn't matter what you find. You go there and you'll find it. Go to the top of anything that's had major price improvements and watch for that kind of action. Even if we come down to this right here, it's difficult to see this now because I'm on the daily, but even GME did the same kind of thing. If you come down to, I don't know if I can get there on the hourly. Let me try the, I'll try hourly. Give me just a second. There it is again. If you were to take this pattern and compare this, there's some very similar keynotes to how price movement is occurring right here. This little secondary test up here before we're going down further in price. Same thing here. Big move up, retest, then down. That was the top of that was January's run. And I think this one over here that I was looking at was I don't know what this was. June? No, March. But it doesn't matter what you look at. Go and check it out. Anything that has like some kind of extended period of time where price is moving upwards has some kind of top. It has some kind of retest before moving downwards. And usually gets to within, like I say, 25% of the top or better. I'm way behind on comments here, and it's time to do the numbers, guys. So I'm going to try and scroll through these real quick. Ape Saurus wants to know what the next level of resistance is. I don't have one. 1433 was the last one. I'm going to have to draw up some more numbers. I'm going to try and read real quickly through what you guys are saying. Caitlin's spouting out code. It's puts to something. It looks like calls maybe. CTC LLC. What company is this that bought 33,330 puts on AMC today on a 13F? Just don't forget that those are likely second quarter reportings, and it would not be something that occurred today. And if you want to know who CTC LLC is. Just go to Fintel and type it in and see what you get, what pulls up. Chicago Trading Company bought 33,000. Okay. All right, let's go check the numbers here, guys. We got my Bollinger Bands back up, and we'll go check everything out. Take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to see what you guys are writing from this point until you see the bus back on the page again. Give me just a second. All right, taking a look at off exchange. 54.85% in the off exchange an hour ago. EDGX at 11.91. Those numbers are currently 55.36 and 11.67 for a grand total of 67.03%, and that is 3.03% higher than our normal. Vortex, an hour ago there was 1.04 million shares having been returned. Now it's 2.18 million. Cost to borrow is 13.43 with a max of 16.65 and a min of 0.56. Shares on loan for those of you who are just joining is 139.89 today. On the options, at a $14 strike price an hour ago, there was 31.6 thousand contracts. There's now 33.7. And on the puts, at a $13.50 strike price, an hour ago there was 8.4 thousand contracts. There's now 10.6. Almost a 3.5 to 1 ratio in calls versus puts, with price signaling for a close of somewhere between $13.50 and $14, although we are above that currently. GME is now second according to orders on Fidelity with a 83% buy to 17% sell ratio. AMC is eighth with 40% buys to 60% sales. Our buying to sell ratio is not good. SSR trigger price is $11.31. Shares available to borrow. Looks like just the shares that I counted earlier. I don't think I counted these. Yeah, I did count this. All right, I think I did count these. So total amount of shares borrowed for the day so far, according to Stonko Tracker, is 2.15 million shares, which is, interestingly enough, the exact amount of shares that have been borrowed and returned, or I should say returned rather. 67.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 39.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 38,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 1.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 2.25, Dow Jones is up 0.94, S&P 500 is up 1.42. The market is cooking with bacon grease and is on fire, with 5,263 advancers to 1,619 decliners. The VIX is down 2.73. I would expect the VIX to be down further than that, considering how much the market's up right now. But IWB is up 1.53, IWD is up 1.28, WM is up 2.54. Tesla is up 5.68, Amazon is up 1.97, Cinemark is up 2.78, Doge is up 2.52, Bitcoin is up 1.89, GME is up 12.65, HYMC is up 8.38, Hood is up 3.88, NCMI is up 4.01, and AMC is up 15.2%. Man, I had to hold that sneeze back so you guys wouldn't get it. Whew. That hurt. Let's see here. We're currently $6 million more in inflow than outflow for the day today. 42 million shares having been traded. We're already over my suggested amount of shares that would be traded for the day today, with 2 hours still left to go in trading. Let's see what kind of pace we're setting here. We're on pace for 58.9 million shares traded for the day today. On the weekly interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.13, which is below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.58, which is above average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a very high 82.1 RSI, which is overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 88.86, which is signaling heavily overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 72.36, which is above average. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. James of Arizona says, I'm feeling good today with today's price action on both stocks. Well, that's usually when they start shorting it. Mac, when they start shorting it, that's typically when we see the reversal. We see more buying than selling. That's would be my first, as far as spoofing goes, that would be my initial thought would be spoofing. If they just disappeared, if they were there and then just disappeared instantly, unless there was orders to warrant them having disappeared, which you could see through the time and sales if they were there. There's definitely a wall at 1450. Oh man, I've got a worst case of the yawns right now. I don't even know why. We're going up in price. It's like I should be excited. We're up 15%. But 23,000 shares at 1450. They do not want us to break 1450. We'll see if those hold. I'm actually going to pull up the buy and sell order or the time and sales. No, they didn't. They just disappeared. There wasn't enough orders there to make 23,000 shares disappear. Not even close. There was a 5,000 order. No, there was not even close to that many. Volume shot up in that minute though, currently showing 538,000 shares in that single minute. I'm sorry, Savvy. The problem is that I'm still on California time right now. So when I woke up at 5 o'clock 5:30 this morning, I was actually waking up at 3:30 because I got quite used to waking up at 5 over in California. So it was like 2 hours earlier than what I'm used to, and I didn't go to bed early last night. I actually went to bed late. Because would have been early. It would have been like 10 in California time. But I went to bed at midnight, and then woke up at 5. So I'm not working on all four cylinders here. All right, who are we kidding here? I only have 2 cylinders. My volume prediction was 20 to 40 War Dogs, so I'm definitely low. But like I always say, I don't mind being low. I hate being high. And the reason for that is that when it comes time to make trades, when it's time to sell your shares, when it's time for me to sell my shares, I need to know what volume is going to look like for the day. And if I'm predicting low, then I could make a decision that's not good. So I need to be predicting, or sorry, other way around. Scratch that. If I predict high, I could be making a bad choice to continue to hold when I should be letting go. So this is why it's good. It's a good idea to have an idea for where volume's going to be. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be where it's at, but getting it close is a good idea. So it tells you whether or not, because a lot of people have asked me in the past, like, how do you know if day over day volumes could be higher than or lower than the previous day? Look at the pre-market volume, see what it tells you. If it gives you a good indicator, it should give you a good indicator as to whether or not it's going to continue to increase or decrease. Yeah, Captain Awesome, not a problem. If you go to Trading View, on the left-hand side over here, let's see, right above the happy face, there's a spot here where you can pull over some different types of indicators that you can throw up. There's one called bars pattern. Click on bars pattern, right? And then all you do is you click on like a starting point that you want to copy and an ending point that you want to copy, and it'll paste up the image of data from that point in time. So you can take that and transfer it to some other point in time to see if it matches up. For example, like, well, actually, let me delete this and try something. You can take it and do whatever you want with it, but this is where I say, like, I mean, people can take these and they can expand them and contract them however they want and say, like, look, we're trading on a very similar pattern here. This is going to be us right here. It's just, I don't know. I don't buy into this. Once you start manipulating this, you can drag it around, copy the whole thing and just drag it around and whatnot. But once you start manipulating size, length, you've gone too far. You've stepped out. So you're just now you're playing with art. All you're doing now is making art. Captain Austin says, I have 1 cylinder and 2 hamster wheels. That's 2 hamster wheels ahead of me. The big tramp says, Casey, are you always high? I didn't even go to a dispensary while I was in California. It was funny though. I had mentioned to the wife, I'd said something about like, hey, we need to go grocery shopping. Let's go out and let's look for a dispensary while we're at it. And like there was silence, and I looked over and I was like, I'm just kidding. I was kidding. But I don't even think she understood what it was I was talking about. No, I'd rather be low than high. That's what I said. Sean says your yawning moved up my afternoon nap. You know, I was listening to Pantheon earlier when I was on break, and he says, "Who needs melatonin? You've got Pantheon." That's my that's my new favorite quote. Who needs melatonin when you've got Pantheon? You know, I've tried the uh, I've tried the gummies here that they have in the state of Texas, the legal ones. They don't do crap for me. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Hmm. Let me think about that, Corbin. Let me think back real hard. I'm gonna say no right off the top of my head, but let me think back and um, see if I can come up with something off the top of my head. Partially the reason why I'm saying that is because it's 1:20. It's time for me to take a break. It's not very fair of me to assume that you're going to be back when I come back. But if I see you, when I come back, if I see you or you say something, I'll mention it. I'm gonna leave this. I'm gonna leave the voting up here, I think, for now. Because I think institutions are buying the shares, Caitlin. That's probably why. I think retail. I do think that there is some retail selling right now, and I think institutions are buying those shares. So who typically tends to drive price up? Is it retail or is it institutions? Institutions usually drive price, not retail. So why would price move up with retail selling off shares? Because they need them. AP, what's going on, buddy? Sean, take care, friend. Have a good nap. Savvy says 4th of July celebration smelled so much weed it made me sick. Quote unquote smelled. Corbin Dallas says the USD is at a $20 year high. Hold on one second, Corbin. Hold on one second. What is it? DYX? DXY? DXY? Hold on one second. Remember what I said about cat ears and head and shoulders? I'm looking at the DXY US dollar index, right? Cat ears, shoulder, head, shoulder, price, or, well, I guess price down in this case. It's more of an index, but yeah, down. 107, huh? Last time it was this high was in 2002. I'm just looking. No comment. You know, AP, I wasn't gonna say that earlier. I was thinking it. I was thinking, man, it would be really cool if it popped off on my birthday. Um, I would really love that. Um, it would be extremely ironic if it did. Corbin says we're about to overtake the euro again. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put on a lot of tinfoil hats, guys. I'm gonna have to put on a lot of tinfoil hats to start talking about this. I mean, I'm gonna have to start. I'm gonna have to go make a tinfoil suit. Excuse me a second while I go take break and make myself a tinfoil jacket. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go to break, guys. I don't want to talk tinfoil hat stuff right now. Maybe later. Maybe when I come back from break, I'll get some juices in me. You know, some of those sweet tonics, and then maybe we can have a discussion about some of those tinfoil hat dollar things that are going on. Captain Awesome says you'll become Iron Man's lesser known cousin, Tin Man. Oh man, he almost got a COVID laugh at me. It was cut short for me having to suck in some wind. Pro Jeweler says gold is being shorted heavily. I know. Well, I mean after Russia, you guys are gonna get me talking about it. No, I'm going to break. I'm going to break. I will see you guys back here in about 35 minutes. Let me put up my note. Wait, what time do I get back at? Oh yeah, 2 p.m. CST. I'm all confused. I don't know where I'm at. What am I even doing here? Where is this big house? This is not my beautiful wife. And the days go on. Water flowing under. All right, see you guys in a bit.
Struggling to find the perfect music for your productions? MusicVine is home to the best production music in the world for productions that demand more. License a higher quality of music with MusicVine.
Built Ford Tough. That's what this music sounds like to me. Because real men know how to drive real trucks. Ford. Hoo-yah! Oh, man. Wait. We still got another minute left here. Do you like tough vehicles? Ford. They better give me some kind of promo for this. Chevy, we're built tougher. Man, can I just start doing radio? Can I just start doing commercials? Can I be that voice? I don't know. Can I be that voice, that deep, musky, smoky voice that says, "Man, we're tough." You know, kind of like a hot crotch kind of sounding voice. I got a special toast today, guys. Trucks proven and driven by Hot Koch himself. Oh man, that's hilarious. No, I can't do it. Janice says no. Oh man, dang, that sucks. Guess I got no career after this is over. More of a Santa voice. So, okay. I have a special toast today, guys. I'm just gonna screw it up. I don't know why I'm gonna screw it up, but I just don't do toast. I don't do well with toast. But Mellow Doug, his wife, Doug and his wife are expecting their a child. I don't believe I don't think he said. Did he say a sex this morning? I can't remember if he said. I think they did a blood test. But anyways, they did a blood test, and so that told me that I had the right to be able to start saying that congratulations to him. So to Doug and his wife on a new child on the way, expecting, congratulations to you. May MOASS cover all your college bills that you have in the future. Cheers. Oh, and all the diapers too. Myself, I read that right when I was drinking that. Casey, can you do a gay Santa voice? No. No, I won't. Dr. Zeno says it's good when it sounds like you're going nuts. That was perfect. How did I know you were going to say that? It didn't matter what I said. You'd have been like, that's perfect. Alrighty, guys. Let's take a look at these numbers here real quick. I'm going to log into Fidelity real fast, and we will take a look and see what's going on here. Built Ford Tough. It's like you just have to say tough enough times, and everybody will believe that it's tough. All right, I'm not going to be able to see what you guys are reading. If I didn't read it all, if I didn't already read it, then I probably won't. Wait until you see the Big Tramp show back up on the screen again. Otherwise, I will miss any direct comments to me. Last run through of the day here, since we're in the final power hour of the day. Taking a look at off exchange 55.36 and 11.67 on the CBOE EDGX. The EDGX numbers have been creeping back up again. Let's give that a refresh and see what it's like now. 55.55 and 11.48, giving us a grand total of 67.03. 3.03% higher than normal. I'm still mixing the Fireball with the Kahlua, and it's not a happy thing. It's a spicy, smoky thing. Ortex data. An hour ago, there was 2.18 million shares having been returned. It's now 1.5. A decrease in that number will increase the estimated short share interest of the free float to 17.66%. Cost to borrow is at 13.46. Cost to borrow max at 17.25, and min at 0.35. For those of you just joining in today and are wondering what's going on with our shares on loan, they are currently at 139.89. Based on the numbers that we're seeing right now, I would expect to see some more return shares going into tomorrow morning. Taking a look at the options. An hour ago, the highest amount of volume was at a $14 strike price. That is still the case by a margin, small margin. 15 is a close runner up, but there was 33.7 thousand contracts an hour ago. There is now 36.8. And on the puts, highest amount of volume at a $13.50 strike price an hour ago. There was 10.6 thousand contracts. There's now 15.4. So more than a 2-to-1 ratio. And market signaling for 13.75 close range. I guess we'll have to see if that formulates. GME is currently running second on most heavily traded stock based off of orders with a very high 82% buy to 18% sell ratio. AMC moving up into fifth position with a 38% 38% buy to 62% sell ratio. GME had a week or two ago, a couple weeks back, where it was looking very similar to something like this. Most of the top 10 companies have a more of a sell ratio than buy ratio, except for BBBY and GameStop. SSR triggers at $11.31. That did not happen. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Does look like they borrowed another 100K. So a total of 2.25 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day on Stock Tracker. Those numbers are back up. Fees are 11.7. 62.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 45.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 38.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 1.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 2.33, Dow Jones is up 1.09, and the S&P 500 is up 1.55. The market is cooking with bacon grease. It's on fire with 5,283 advancers to 1,631 decliners. VIX is down 3.33, IWB is up 1.67, IWD is up 1.7 or 1.37. IWM is up 2.43, Tesla is up 5.35, Amazon up 2.16, Cinemark up 2.36. Doge is up 3.22. Bitcoin is up 4. GME is up 14.51. HYMC is up 8.38. Hood is up 4.08. NCMI is up 4.53. And AMC is up 15.31% for the day today. Inflow versus outflow. There's $5 million more roughly in inflow than outflow. 52.24 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. 1 second. We're on pace for about 60 million shares traded, 60.1 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market would be somewhere between 20 and 40 million, so we're definitely going to end up higher than what I had anticipated. Well, I mean, we were over that an hour ago, but pretty good showing in volume, quite honestly. Very good showing in comparison to what we were seeing in pre-market data. On the weekly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.2, which is below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.84, which is about average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 79.12, which is oversold. On a 30-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 84.76, oversold. I said oversold. It's overbought and overbought. Sorry, I said it wrong twice on both those two. On a 5-minute interval, there is equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 61.18, which is above average. How do I say it backwards? I don't know why. Volatility did tighten up. We did touch the bottom side of the Bollinger Band and started moving back upwards again. This would be the consolidation period that I was talking about earlier. I would put us on a 30-minute interval. And I would say there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours of upwards price movement, which means we should have 5 hours of sideways price movement to formulate a flag. We would have 1, 2, 3. That would probably push us through into tomorrow morning. We could see a breakout somewhere around noon tomorrow, maybe halfway through the trade. A little less than halfway through the trading day. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing. It's not Kahlua. It's Fireball and Kahlua is like it's a coffee. It's almost like it's a coffee liqueur. Glenn is saying woohoo up 94 cents on HYMC. Almost enough to fill the lawnmower. GSO is a neutral upward action. GSCO is, you've been talking about that for most of the day today. No, I don't think I've started talking about other stocks yet, Hayden. Thick says when they rug pull on Bitcoin, it's going to be ugly. I agree, and I would fully expect it to get up to about 23 before they do that. I don't think so myself. I'm going to lean towards perhaps more sideways trading. You want me to watch GSCO? Let's see here. It's Goldman Sachs small cap growth. Small cap growth insights mutual fund class C. Is that what you're looking for? GSCO. Oh, this is GSOCX. COX. That's not what I want. It's not showing up on GSCO is not showing up on the exchange. All right, hold on a second. I don't know if I'm gonna have to see if I can find it on here. I don't know if they actually show it or not. I don't. Let me look. Let me see if I can find on Webull if they show that. I don't think I don't think I'll be able to find that. I don't think I'll be able to watch that on Webull. I don't think there's any way to see that on Webull. Yeah, I've got level 2 data showing up over here on the bid and ask side. I've got order book level 2, but I don't have level 2. Paul says, was the strong run up today related to shorts setting us up for Friday's call options hits by retail who expect a big surge tomorrow? I think part of the reason that we're seeing a little bit of the price movement going upwards, it has to do in part because I think people are selling shares. And whenever shares make it back into the market, you get a lot of volume. I didn't see as much volume today as I would have expected to see, a 15, almost 16% increase in price. So I'm not leaning towards a whole lot of shares having been made or having been sold back into the market. But I do think that there's been some selling that occurred, as seen according to Fidelity's order tracking. So we might see some more continued volume tomorrow. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what short exempt looks like. You can actually check that out tonight myself. Let me see if there's I can show you how to get there. It's on my phone. I usually just check it on my phone because it's just a lot easier for me because at some point at night, I tend to get off my phone or off the computer rather, and so I resort back to all phone usage. So let me direct you to the website in case you guys ever want to look this up. But it is on FINRA's website. I'm going to send it to here. Open a new tab. All right, so if you go to this web page that I'm going to link you to, and I'm not sure exactly what time it pops up. What I'll do is I'll just kind of move the page over here a little bit so you can see what it is I'm talking about. But I want to say maybe like an hour or two, maybe like 2 hours. It says no later than 6 p.m. Eastern time of the same day. So, figure on like Eastern Standard Time. So that'd be like five. So like two hours after market closes, you can check for it, right? And then what you do is you just scroll down a little bit, make sure that you've got the right month and year set up, and then it'll show the day. You can go in there. You can just click on the TXT file, and it's going to take you to a bunch of like gobbledygook in here. But basically, you're going to scroll down till you see AMC's ticker, right? And in this particular case, it's not very far down because we're pretty close up there alphabetically, which is going to be right here. Make sure you get the right one, guys, because every once in a while, sometimes people get the wrong one in there. And what you're going to want to do is if you highlight it, it makes it a little bit easier to see. Where did I go? Holy smokes. What did I do? Somehow I managed to highlight it and then get rid of it. But anyways, here it is right here. Highlight it, and it's the second to the last number. So you got BQN on the end. You've got this. This is the volume, I believe, over here. What is the top one? The top one is total volume, right? And then once you see total volume, I keep skipping past it. It's the number right before it. So yesterday was 463,145. So that's what you're looking for if you ever want to look it up on your own. In case you want to look it up before everybody else gets it, you can see it 2 hours after market closes. Myself says Control F AMC. You can do that too. It is a lot easier. I sometimes I do that for my phone. It's way less easy to do it for my phone. So I usually just scroll down, but it's not real hard to do. Yeah, Control F works as well. I normally do that from the computer, but since I'm so used to just scrolling with my finger, I can usually find it pretty fast. Yeah, no problem. I mean, that's in case you want to see it before, everybody else reports on it. I mean, it doesn't really do you any good. It just tells you before everybody else has the information. You can feel special, and you can like go make tweets, be like, "Did you guys see today's short exempt volume?" And then nobody else knows what it is yet, and then you look cool, you know. But I agree with you. I think it's going to look interesting for sure. I'm excited to see it. The other thing that I want to kind of see too is um, security lending volume for the day today. Can't wait to see what that is. It's so much easier on the phone, Alex. It's like really, really simple to just scroll down to super fast. But I've got my mouse set up. So what you don't know is that I've got my mouse set up on like a really high sensitivity. So I like one tiny click of my mouse wheel and it drags down an entire page, right? So I have to be like super careful not to like click too far and so if I'm trying to find something and I don't want it to be at the bottom of the page because it's covering up like by a symbol or something like that, I've got to make sure and I have to kind of move and drag the page just a tad bit. So it's much harder for me to just scroll really easily on, but it's just because of the way that I like to present information to you guys. I like to be able to drag to certain locations really quickly whenever I'm looking at something. Say, for example, uh, like this, I can just drag down once and I'm to the next spot. Drag down another time into the next spot. Drag down another time into the next spot. And so it's just like, it just makes it really simple for me when I'm trying to cover things with you, like on Stonko Tracker. I know that each time I click the mouse wheel down once, just one tiny little click, I'm going to be into a new section that covers more information for you guys. So I don't know. It makes it easier for me to have super high sensitivity on the mouse. Kathy, how's it going? I'm laughing at what Alex says. Are you allowed to park there all day, Casey Shaw? Uh, Interesting story, Alex. Very interesting story. Because this van is parked supposedly by the beach. This picture was taken of the van by the beach, and some beaches have signs that say you can't park there overnight. Um, but there's no signs. Some places that say that you can't um, that you can't uh, you know camp on the beach. There's no signs some places that say you can't camp on the beach. So if somebody drops you off, you could technically quote unquote camp on the beach because you didn't drive there. But I had I had camped out on the beach one time in Coronado. Back when I did it, there was no camping signs. There was no camping signs listed there saying that you couldn't camp there, and just there were parking signs that said you couldn't park there. So I didn't park there, and I parked further away where there were no signs, and then walked the rest of the way. And so I got apparently there was somebody. I've heard that there was a location, a house over there in Coronado that was frequented by a president at the time, Clinton, perhaps, maybe. And and I was told, the police came onto the beach and found me and said, "Is that your car over there that's parked? Not where there were, not where it was okay to park." And I said, "Yeah." And they said, "Were you sleeping here all night long on the beach?" And I said, "Yeah. There's no signs that say you can't." And they said, "Well, this is," I quote the police officer. He said, "Well, just because there's no signs that say you can't kill people doesn't mean that you can kill people." His partner looked at him and gave him the stupidest, dumbest ass look like, "Did you really just say that?" It was so funny. It was so funny to see another police officer looking looking at his partner like, "Are you a dumbass?" I've never seen anything like that before. So the other cop, probably the senior, probably says, "Yeah, well, you can't park there overnight." So I was like, "Okay, well, I'll move." So they let me go. But this van is legal. It's legal where it's parked. Mm. All right, I'll check it out, Thick. And let's see. James says, Casey, the Bitcoin is running. I expect 23. 23 is the number I think it's going to run up to, and then you're going to see a massive drop on it. I know, right, Captain? So true. Hayden says, can we have a Discord Friday? Sure we can. We can do that tomorrow. Power Hour Discord Friday? Sure thing. We are loaded up on the buy side of this thing. I would expect, Glenn, what you're talking about is the as far as the order book goes over here. You're probably talking about the 46, 47, 48, 49s that you're seeing here. My guess is that the numbers are climbing, meaning that we'll probably see 50s soon. I already see 51 and 52s. I don't see 50s yet. There's a 50. We got 50s. There's a 50. MG Cho said had 15% turnover on July 1st, only 10% today. Only losing paper hands, not a problem. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it, MG Cho. If I saw something that was concerning, I'd probably be raising the red flag. JP, welcome back. JP's coming in for the 53. Like, can we get a 53? Do I hear a 53? How you doing, JP? How's work going for you? I think I'm gonna end this. I think I'm gonna end this poll here. I'm actually quite surprised by this poll. I honestly anticipated higher numbers on these numbers, and there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing. I'm not disappointed by these numbers at all. I mean, if you have 2 years or less of trading, that's there's and you're smart enough to know what it is that you see that's going on, and you're part of this. I think that's pretty amazing. Um, I know I would have some serious doubts after my first 2 years of trading, and I would have been clout chasing. So my hat's off to those who mark 2 years or less and are holding on this thing. You obviously have you have superior holding skills than what I had when I was a kid. I had no holding ability. Somebody asked, I think it was I'm gonna forget his Corbin. Dallas Corbin had asked earlier about black swan events. And I had to go back and look and see, what black swan events there were since I've been trading. And the only one that I can really, recall that was on the list was the 2001 market event, or 9/11. And what I've repeatedly said is that if I could get in a time machine and go back in time and talk to younger Casey, I would go back in time and I would say to him, I'd say, dude, don't try to chase the market. Just hold your position. You don't need to chase the market, and you don't need to worry, because back then, younger Casey was only, let's see, how old was I? 90, 2000, 24 years old. I was 24 years old. I didn't need to chase the market. I had time. Time was on my side. I and if I would have just held my position, I would have been much better off and lost far less money. But I didn't know. I'd never been through an event before where the market was tanking. Never seen anything like it. All I know is we were doing really, really well, and next thing I know, the market's going up, turning upside down, and I was trying to chase it. Do you mind naming what the other one was myself? I'm just kind of curious. Glenn says 24 and 2000, you're a youngin'. I like to think so, Glenn. I would like to think so. Um, I appreciate the compliment. I have not, JP. I've not heard from Bondaro in quite some time. Although I've heard mentions that he is floating around on other channels. You know there's a lot of truth to that, Alex, and that's part of the reason why I'm here. I really think that if social media wasn't a thing, like if we didn't have the ability to be able to communicate the way that we communicate, I don't think I would be a part of this. Just because I think that there's a level of um, there's an ability to be able to have a cohesive um, oneness about what it is that's going on, and having a conversation and a debate about what's happening, whether this is good or whether this is good or whether this is bad or this is bad. There's healthy debate, right? For us to be able to have healthy conversations and still interact with one another, I think is part of the main reason that I'm here, because I think that in the people who are truly and honestly invested in this, and I'm not just talking about from a financial perspective, but more than just a financial perspective, we have that ability. We have that avenue of communication. We didn't have that in the past. I mean, maybe we did, but not to this extent. And so, to be quite frank with you, this community is really what interests me more than anything. I really think that we have something special that we're achieving this particular time around than we've ever done before as investors as a whole. And I think it's trend setting. Red Dog, I think there was some good price action today. Better than I would have anticipated, because I actually priced in 11 to 14 for my price range, and I ended up getting that wrong by about 40 something cents here so far. I wasn't the only one that priced in 14 as a top. Keto had 14.39. Looks like he's may miss. The only ones that are going to get it, I think, for the day today is Eric and Monty, who had the same exact price prediction from 11.75 to 14.75. So those guys are going to be the clear winners for the day today. I've never heard the order to level, or I can't even speak. I've never heard the order book level 2 referred to as the GSCO. I think it's kind of interesting. I'm gonna have to do some research into that. Gus says the recession is over. I don't think so. I'll tell you what. I think they're certainly trying to make it look like it is. Although I've been hearing talks that the Fed's gonna the next rate on my birthday actually. The next rate hike is going to be three basis point or sorry 75 basis points. I don't know. We'll see. What are we at right now? I forget. What's the how many basis points are we at right now? Are we at 50? We were at a 50-50 and then a 75. Are we at I can't remember what we're at right now. Hold on a second. Let me see here if I've got this. Oh, here we go. What are we at? Are we at 175? I think we're at 175. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Are we at 175? I feel like that's the right answer. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to assume that I'm right here. If we're at 175 now, let me see here. 175, 75 would be 250. Oh yeah. I'm showing like a 93.9% chance that they're going to hit somewhere between 225 and 250. Current target rate is 150 to 175 is what I'm showing. You know what? I'd wait for that. I'd hold on to that, Glenn. Usually when you see the knee-jerk reaction, it takes about 2 days. So when you have a big price increase like this to 1535, and just historically speaking, right? Let's take a look at this real quick, and I'm just going to show you. So this will take 2 minutes of your time. I'm actually going to use TradingView, and we'll pull up AMC's historicals. And each one of these vertical lines that I've got in here that are in red are areas where SSR tripped, meaning there was a 10% decrease in price. Before a big run in January of last year, you can see that we had this big price increase right here. There was SSR tripped this day right here after this price increase. So we had that tripping right there, and then you had, which was really the very next day. But then in June, this one would probably be similar to what we're experiencing like right now, where you've got this big price move up, and then you've got about 3 more days of smaller price movements upwards before you get the SSR tripping, like basically 4 or 5 trading days afterwards. So I think that that downwards movement isn't probably going to, I mean, it might be, we might have some downwards pressure, but I think we're still going to be trending upwards in price, maybe minimally over the next three or four trading days, and then the drop. But usually you get that SSR trip and then price starts running like 2 to 3 days after. And the same thing happened on GME as well. But I mean, even if you look at like next week, right? I already pulled up max pain for next week. It's $15. And here we are, 1442, right? So if we move into next week, um, if we were to move into next week with price at max pain for this week at 13, right? And then we moved into next week, and you know the price started going upwards with max pain being at 15. That would probably not be as desirable as entering into the week and just maintaining. Because I mean, there's absolutely a crap ton of options set up for next week. I'm really surprised that it's as high as it is, Justin, but mainly they've closed out as many short positions as they possibly could, and this signal was coming. We saw the signal happening over the last couple weeks. So why is it moving up? Because they've closed out a lot of short interest, and they can let the price start running now. More than likely, there's failure to delivers to be paid for in shares, and they're going to try and get people to sell shares. So you can imagine a price increase with a pullback will have, will instigate some kind of selling of shares to the market, illicit selling. So that'd be part of the reason why. Gasparito said it's Adam Aaron's tweet that he sent. No. Yeah, I'm not buying that one. And that's the other part too, Justin, is the whole market's up, right? Like everything's up right now, and we're tied directly right into the market. Yeah, absolutely, Francis. If we move into the below phase, you would need to see a spike in volume and price. This 15% that we're up today would definitely qualify it. The volume I'm not so keen on though. Yeah, I mean, day over day, if we hit 60 million shares in volume traded, that would put us at like 134% increase day over day, which technically would qualify us for moving into the below phase. And I would probably have to mark it down as the below phase. But if that's the case, then we've probably got another cycle left to go here. Because usually the below phase only lasts for a couple days. Yeah, 5, 10 days tops. I can't imagine it lasting for even 10. Red Dog saying, I think AMC needs to merge the two companies. Needs to merge. There's two companies and create a new QSIP, which would recall all the shares and start all over. I'm thinking this is the only way to beat them. Oh, I'm showing I'm losing you guys here. Give me just a second. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna end the poll up top. I thought I was gonna end the poll. Yep, there we go. Well, the number one winner was 2 years or less. 52% of you voted for that. 10 years plus was 20%. 18% of you said 3 to 5 years, and 6 to 10 years was 7%, with 351 of you guys voting on that. Haze Monster says a clean hold above 1450 is a major win. I just want to look at the Ichimoto cloud real quick here before we close out the day, just to kind of take a look at that and see what that looks like. Let's get rid of all the other noise. We have conversion line above the baseline, price well above the cloud, and lagging line well above the cloud. This is looking very strong. Very, very bullish numbers here. Also looking at the 4 hour. Give this just a second, guys. Again, we have conversion and base are exactly the same number. Lagging line is above the price line right here. Price is above the cloud. Provided the conversion line can get above the baseline before or after market closing by the end of the day today, I think that would be very bullish. This is looking like a very bullish run. So I like what I'm seeing on these. In terms of the daily, I believe the top of my bullish triangle is $16, I believe. 16.15. So we're approaching that. We were hugging the bottom side of this triangle for quite a while, but we're now moving up into this range here. I'm going to drop the box back down so you guys can see where I had that set up. This is the breakout box that I had in here. I just moved it up to kind of keep it out of the way, but this is indeed inside the time frame that I have scheduled for us to break out of these two indicators. This very, very long descending parallel or descending wedge and this bullish bullish triangle. So I think we're right in that time zone. Our order book's looking pretty hefty right now too. This thing's quite loaded on both sides. So that could be moving us towards some more volume tomorrow. That's the one thing I'd be looking to see tomorrow. You know, if we have sustained volume movement upwards, then we're definitely in the blow phase. I may have to call it the blow phase just because of the fact of a spike in price, an abnormal spike in price, and a spike in volume. But in order for me to quite honestly just continue with the idea that we're in the blow phase, then I would have to say that it would have to be a sustained movement upwards in volume. So we're gonna have to see a big volume push in the morning tomorrow. Let me see how RSI has cooled off on these. On the 5-minute, RSI is now at 53.17, which is about average. On a 30-minute, RSI is 77.3, which is still hot, heavily overbought. On a 1-hour, RSI is at 75.07, very hot still. So we got at least the hour and the 30-minute time intervals that are still running pretty hot. So some consolidation over the in the aftermarket hours. And pre-market, if we saw some price drop during that period of time to help kind of cool things down, we could see another extended run tomorrow. Francis, you're welcome. It's pretty good movement today, though. Overall, I'd say the whole market did quite well. Even the SPY was up 1.55%. Yeah, myself, no love advice, but I think that might be the case. And on that note, you know what time it is. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's the last trading day of this week. It's going to be an exciting day, one way or the other. I can almost guarantee you that. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, go out and walk the dog or the pets or something. But above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery. returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Wait for that. I'll do it with you.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and advance.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Awake on my airplane, awake on my airplane. My skin is bare, my skin is theirs. Awake on my airplane, awake on my airplane. My skin is bare, my skin is theirs. I feel like a newborn, and I feel like a newborn. Awake on my airplane, awake on my airplane. I feel so Could you take my picture? 'Cause I won't remember. Could you take my picture? 'Cause I won't remember. Yeah. I don't believe in your sanctity, your privacy. I don't believe in sanctity or hypocrisy. Could everyone agree that no one should be left alone? Could everyone agree that they should not be left alone? Yeah. And I feel like a newborn. And I